I think we're good to go. So my name is Awakened Cloud, and for my next game, I decided to do an oldie but a goodie that probably a lot of you haven't seen. This game is called Trauma Team. We are playing this as part of Missed Checkpoints, which is a podcast I'm on. So I figured I'd do a little bit of it on stream. It's going to be a regular stream for the most part, so just sit back and enjoy. I am playing this via emulator. I do have the original game, but I figured why not have the high-res version, so I got it set up so everything should work as normal. One issue I'm running into is occasionally the Wiimote will disconnect, so I'm hoping as long as I'm playing it won't happen. We're gonna see. I'm gonna go ahead and start though. Go resident. We're just going to save to top 5. Yes. Just so you know, this game is fiction. A lot of butterflies. Interesting how they're using 3D butterflies on a 2D background. Also, what's she doing in the middle of a field? What's up, Trunks? How are you doing? Yes, I thought you'd appreciate the materia. Somebody does. I know, right? I thought nobody else has done it. Let me be a trendsetter. Put this materia on here, confuse everybody, kind of troll chat, and let them emote with these magic balls. Dude, congrats on the house. Man. Is it the one we've been talking about? So I'm guessing the inspection was pretty okay? Over 30 years is the answer to how you pay a mortgage. Or 15. You pay it slowly. It's up for life. Oh. Yeah.
Greetings, Doctor. Please allow me to inform you of how to interface with this hospital. You can tilt the control stick left and right while on this screen.
And can all hospitals be controlled with the control stick?
This will allow you to select which doctor's episodes to experience.
Hey, you can spam that in any chat you want, and if they ask, tell them Cloud did it.
Should you wish to change the difficulty of your operations, point at the difficulty icon. Then press the A button on your Wii remote. Difficulty settings only apply to the doctors that perform operations.
Like, I don't know what a difficulty mode is. Anyway, this game's interesting because they have 6 different doctors you can choose from, and each one has a different specialization, essentially. So, this also has the Dead or Alive, like, same time type of time frame. So each one of these columns shows you when stuff is happening. So we just watched that first scene. I guess everybody has that first scene, technically speaking. Yeah. So my first doctor is Tomoe Tachibana. Also quits. Man, you gotta stop doing that, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make your streams end short. And I'm actually playing this via Dolphin, which is a GameCube/Wii emulator. I do have this original game. I also have a means to hook it up to my Wii U, but with emulation you can get like higher resolution and stuff, and I was like, oh, that might be nice. So we're gonna try it. I'm a little worried about this Wii remote and interference and also turning off randomly. We're gonna see what happens. Yeah, what her specialty is.
Everything has been prepared for your departure, Lady Tomoe.
She's rich. You know that much. Oh man, people do watch yours, like... Actually, I don't... This game is really, really hard. I'm gonna play it on normal.
Very good. Hanzo,
And
go on ahead and wait for me there.
I don't know. Things are gonna
As
get
you
rough.
wish.
Bro, once you get your actual like PC setup going and
By the
stuff,
8 million gods that
dude, you're gonna have
exist
so
to
many
protect
people.
this world. I, Tomoe, daughter of Tachibana, shall heed the path of honor. Let the heavens be my witness.
And what do I do as my second affiliate stream? I stream a game that probably nobody has heard about, like, in a decade. So, it is what it is, man.
Have a wonderful day, Lady Tomoe.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna stream what I want. You missed Sonic Mania, though. I really wanted you to see it. But I played through the entirety of that Tuesday. No. Yeah, it was Tuesday. I've done hers. Go to this guy.
Operation complete. All right, bring in the next patient.
Dr. Cunningham, this patient's convulsing.
Doesn't sound good.
Damn it, it just never ends. Just go, leave this place to me.
Yeah, man, I know you've been telling me about your week, so I completely get it. Answer the phone. Oh, man.
Yeah, I must have dozed off.
That's good that you're feeling normal. Anytime you have weeks like that, it's... Shoot, my week's been pretty bad. Like, I had family that was supposed to come, but since I got exposed, they didn't.
Useless calling the house.
And had a power outage.
Joshua's things next Sunday.
Lost a check for somebody else,
sure you
which
won't be
I don't
there
lose
anyhow.
things.
I'll drop the keys in the mailbox.
Huh. Well then.
Probably should have been paying better attention to that scene. No, I'll get tested tomorrow. Because they say to wait 3 days. I've been feeling fine, though. Of course, that doesn't really mean anything, but...
Ah, come in.
Did you call for me, Chief Wayne?
Ah, good morning, Naomi. It seems
Appreciate it,
the FBI
man.
needs your expertise. I'd like you to head over to the scene immediately.
I'm a medical examiner, not a police officer.
Okay, so she's forensics.
Don't be like that. I can't just turn the government down.
Fine. Well then.
Oh, and Naomi, one more thing. Here's our liaison from the FBI. You should meet him.
You?
You?
Special Investigator Naval. Pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
His name is Naval?
Yes.
Like the belly button
nice
Naval?
to meet you too.
Okay.
What are you doing? You an FBI agent? This must be a joke.
Please keep your voice down. It's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't have the luxury of witness protection like you.
His voice actor
Just
seems
shut up.
super familiar.
I'm only here because it's my job. I have nothing to do with you faking your way into the FBI. And don't you ever talk about my past again.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Got the mysterious past for her.
Good.
Whoa, where are you going?
To the crime scene. Send the address to my GPS.
Oh, I'll have them bring the car around.
You are waiting here. Tell your people on site I'm coming.
But,
Nice tie there, little guy. Be a good boy and stay.
Doctor! Oh, well.
Right. We're actually about to get into some surgeries here. Oh, not quite yet, this guy. Gotta see his little event. Everybody's got an event.
Hurry up and give me the cash! Make it quick!
Why are you robbing a convenience?
Not
bro?
so fast, criminal! Who the hell are you? I am the ambassador of love and justice, Captain Eagle.
Wow.
Crime will be tolerated
Wow,
on
look
my
at those
watch.
glutes.
What? You masked freak! I'm gonna shoot!
Give him that all might.
Sir, are you all right?
Yeah.
I apologize for the mess. Please allow me to help fix it. And farewell!
Wow. You're gonna drop pennies?
Hey, wait! This isn't gonna cover the damage?
Dude, that was actually kind of funny. Okay. Insecure smiles, difficulty. Okay. Let's do this. Hopefully this remote connectivity will be good enough. Dude, he hit him with that Detroit smash.
Hey, Tomoe!
Oh, good morning, Maria. Today's a fine day. don't you
Los
think?
Ultra.
Yeah. Hey, aren't you on night shift today? You're here early.
Yes, Joshua's operation has been scheduled for today.
Oh, Gabe's son, right? I completely forgot.
It is only an ulcer
Son.
treatment,
Okay.
so I'm sure it'll go smoothly.
Cool. I'll go in too as your support, okay?
Oh, but you can't, Maria.
Why not?
Didn't you work here overnight? You need to rest.
I'll be fine. This is why I work out. Just let me grab a shower.
Maria!
First mission coming up.
Oh well. Refusing a friend's kindness is not the way of honor. Hanzo, please make the preparations for the operation.
Certainly.
So this guy's gonna turn into Scorpion. Ah. You need an intestine? Get over here.
We will now begin treating the ulcer using the endoscope.
We're ready,
Let's
Doctor.
do this!
Hanzo, my instruments, please.
As you wish.
Holy moly, what is that?
This is Lady Tomoe's personal endoscope, built to her
Okay, so
orders.
she's endoscopy.
The grip is boxwood, embellished with golden bellflower.
Built to order? You had an endoscope made just for you?
Custom endoscope.
The Path of Honor demands that I use the best tools I can. Gold is non-toxic. Also, it is thinner, thus less intrusive.
Still, to shell out the cash for your own endoscope?
I have a lot of money, don't worry about it.
And now, let us get this conference underway.
Joshua
Maria,
Cunningham.
where are Joshua's parents today?
Huh? Oh, his mother can't be here because of work.
Ooh.
His father, he works here. We've got written consent.
I see. Then I presume there are no further hurdles. The Path of Honor demands we save this child's life.
Right.
A little worried that this thing isn't gonna hold up. If not, I have a plan B. Also gonna have to slightly move this out the way, I think. Okay. Treat the ulcers in the patient's gastric wall. Hemorrhaging predicted due to patient's inflammations. Play mode. Right, it does have co-op. Let's get it.
Well then, let's begin the operation. Please do your best.
And treatment. Use Enscope to move to the affected areas.
The view ahead is clear. The patient seems to be in good condition. Let's move the camera and take a look around.
Driving the Enscope, tilt the directional pad on the nunchuck to direct the Enscope.
It's responding quickly. Next, let's move it forward.
I remember this being kind of hard. Driving the Enscope forward, hold A and B and push the Wii Remote towards the screen.
Gently as the drifting waters. Now let's try pulling it back.
Auto retreat. Press down and hold to automatically retreat the Enscope. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
This truly is a quality machine. I have to thank whoever built it. Well, the endoscope seems to be working fine. Let's begin the actual procedure. First, we must locate the affected areas. Let's move forward until we find them.
Look, an affected
These
area.
are blood pools. Let's treat them using the drain.
Locking onto affected areas. Approach until the blue lock-on indicator is displayed.
Let's place the drain's tip in the blood pool to drain it.
Pool palette. Open and close with C. Select. Okay. Open the palette with C and tilt to the lower right. Oh.
Let's continue draining it until the blood pool disappears completely.
Using tools, press C. Okay. Hold C and tilt direction to move the tip of the tool. Hold C until the full blood disappears. Okay, cool.
The blood pool
Sucked
has been
up all that
treated.
blood.
Let's continue with the operation.
Kind of an awkward thing.
Excuse me.
Oh!
I need to use caution with the controls.
Do this cautiously.
Vitals are still dropping. We must hurry and find the affected area.
This is actually a really good arm workout going on right here.
This area is hemorrhaging. Let's use the hemostatic forceps.
You see when hemorrhaging ends or the patient may be in.
Treat the hemorrhaging area now. Cauterize it with the hemostatic forceps. You think that's a bit much? You should be more careful.
I'm a bad doctor. I'm killing this patient.
Hemostasis has been completed. Let's move on to the next treatment. The vitals seem low. We should do something about that.
Do I got some healing gel? Stabilizer. Okay. Select it from the tool plate and inject it into the inner wall.
The vitals have been recovered. Let's continue with the procedure.
Here. Now what is this thing?
It's an ulcer. Let's treat it by injecting medicine.
Okay. Select the syringe tool. I've already got the syringe tool. Oh, it's a different syringe. Okay. Inject medicine with Z. Do not inject past the line.
Alright, first ulcer's been treated. Watch the amount of medicine you use.
They just hate me today. It's exactly like a search.
It seems there are more affected areas. Let's keep moving in.
From what I remember, this is my least favorite just because of the controls. Looking at the radar, affected areas. Oh, it's just like Halo now. Your visual field is in yellow. Affected areas are white blips. Okay. Try that again. Wait.
Here's an ulcer. Let's inject it with alginate solution. Alright, we're done treating
There we
the
go.
ulcers.
That was cool.
Carelessness is our greatest enemy. Some
Saving
ulcers
people is
cannot
cool.
be found visually.
Huh? What are we supposed to do then?
We'll be using a spray to cause those ulcers to change color. Please remember all that, alright? Okay. Let's see. For example, I'm going to mark an area that looks suspicious.
How did
Let's try
you
the
know?
coloring spray on it.
Okay, coloring spray.
Ah, there's that ulcer. Okay, inject the medicine.
In time. Oh crap.
The ulcers have been
God
treated.
dang it.
Let's move on to the next step.
Trunks. I cannot be held medically liable if this child does not make it.
We've reached the stomach. Time the cardiac sphincter's movement and move on. The affected areas are concentrated around here. Let's treat them one at a time.
Up. And let's pull out our drink. Oh god. Don't give me that noise. Don't give me that noise.
Okay, let's begin the treatment.
The blood pool has been removed. Let's continue the treatment.
This. Stabilize. Stabilize.
Blood pool's spreading. You should hurry up and drain it.
I'm trying to chill, okay? Let me do. Okay, blood pool spreading. So I need to take care of this ASAP. Let me go ahead and drain.
Hemorrhaging is present. Let's use the hemostatic forceps to cauterize the affected area.
Alright, it's been cauterized. Let's move on to the next treatment.
Right over here. Rain. Rain. Whew. Okay.
Alright, let's use it.
Stabilize. So I have to get closer. Whew. Being a doctor. It's ironic that I'm saying this in time of COVID, but yes, being a doctor is very difficult. Being a video game doctor is difficult, let alone a real doctor. And with that drain.
stabilizing. Let's use the spray to search for more problems.
Using the radar, go left and right and get all the white dots in the yellow area. If the affected area is close to the center, it will become a star. If it is perfectly centered in your visual field, it will turn blue. Easy enough. Spray thing.
There's an ulcer here, too. I guess it is important to search around for them.
Procedure complete. Well done, everyone.
Go.
Ooh, using that thing takes a real light touch.
All one needs is the resolve to stay calm.
Exactly.
Staying calm? That's
We
the
got
part
this.
that tires me out the most.
One operation in the books. Stomach treated in 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Well, back where I'm from, they say C's make degrees.
Whew. We somehow poked through. Man, I am tired.
I'm sorry to cause so much trouble. Only I'd been able to do it better.
Come on, don't say that. The operation was a success. Just remember that.
Tube has been removed. Vitals are good.
Blood pressure normal. No abnormalities detected.
Operation complete. I'm sure Joshua will make a full recovery.
Way to go! Ah! It
Into
went
me.
perfectly. That's our Chamoy.
Thank you. Your support was valuable too, Maria.
I didn't do all that much. Oh, I need to contact his mom.
Indeed. Don't forget to tell Dr. Cunningham, too.
Man, parents always worry about their kids.
My Wii remote disconnected, and I guess the batteries
Even the
might have
people from
died.
my orphanage bug me
I'll
whenever
be right
I see
back.
them. Always ask me when I'm getting married, stuff like that.
I see.
Did I just say something I shouldn't have?
Oh, no. My mother died when I was young.
Oh, but your dad's still alive, right?
As to my father, I had a fight with him when I left Japan.
Oh. Jeez. Sorry. I don't know when to shut up.
Oh, no, it's not your fault at all, Maria.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure your dad's wishing you the best. I mean, you are the best endoscopic surgeon in America.
So we are in America.
The best? Thank you, Maria.
No problem. Come on, let's go get our grub on.
Oh, Doctor, I want to go too.
Hey, you have reports to write up. It's my turn today.
What, you guys want in? All right, this night's on me, so drink up.
Woohoo!
It connected pretty easily right there. A little concerned about that. Press minus to skip messages for any operations already undergone. Okay. Press minus to skip event scenes for and after operations too. Signs of anguish. And we are Gabriel Cunningham. He is actually like a pre-op, I think is the right term for that. So he does diagnosis and
Gabe,
stuff.
I'm coming in.
Please excuse us, Doctor.
Walking dirt now. This thing's heavy.
What's going on?
Does this wire go over
No one
here?
told me I'm getting a roommate.
Ta-da! Isn't it amazing?
The red one goes over there.
Let me introduce you to your
I've
new
never done this
partner,
before. How am I
the
supposed to-
Roni system.
Get a monitor AI thingy. Go. So Trunks, I don't know
Isha,
if you're
my
still
office
there,
isn't a storage
but if
room.
you think the art looks familiar,
This baby's built
this
to
is
help
by the same.
diagnosticians like you.
I don't know if it's by the same artist that does Persona, but
It
it's
sorts
by
and
Atlas.
reviews records. It also has a disease database.
Amazing. I'm sure even NASA'd be impressed. So if we're sued, the records are here. Thanks for the trust.
Gabe, just try it out. I'm sure you'll like it.
Right, I'm sure. If you ask me, this thing's just...
Good morning, Dr. Cunningham.
For the love of God! This thing talks?
I'm sure you'll get along just fine.
It is super clearly made by Atlas.
Sorry for the intrusion, Doctor. Hey, Emma, you should apologize to him.
Isha! Ah, great. What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Condition identified. Deep sighing. A possible sign of cardiac neurosis caused by fatigue. Recommend
This machine's got
ingestion of
jokes.
beta blockers or tranquilizers.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks for the tip. Look, I got a favor to ask. You know, since you're so smart.
Yes, Doctor. What is your request?
I need to
Don't
eventually
talk
get Persona
anymore
5
unless I
Royale.
ask you to, okay? Just sit there like a rock. You got it?
Also need to finish Persona 5 Strikers.
Yes, Doctor. But my composition is 82% petroleum processed materials. With my 10% mineral base, I cannot be a very convincing rock.
Alright. Seems good.
Ah, looks like I got company. Hold on one sec.
This game is so good.
So, how do I use you?
Use you.
Examine the patient and enter in all observed conditions. Then I will calculate the most probable disease. Currently,
Hey, just one step at a time here, buddy. Not a robot.
correct. There is a 90% probability that you are human.
90%
You can
probability.
get back to me on that 10% some other time. Now, let's start the diagnosis.
Okay, so we have Nicole Summers, 14, female, student from a private school, admitted for breathing problems that occurred during choir practice. Well, hopefully it's asthma. I think it's probably going to be something worse. If only we were born 30 years later. I mean, we kind of have AI that talks to us. They're just not good
hello.
yet.
I...
Okay, so she's anxious. I can tell just by her fingers.
Hey, no need to be nervous. Just relax.
Oh, okay.
Well then, are you ready, Miss Super Robot?
Yes, Doctor. But I am not a super robot. I am a diagnostics assistance terminal.
I just love the back and forth between these two so much.
Whatever, just stop talking. And let's start the consultation.
Sounds like half inebriated. Just pretty much cussing out this machine. Point to the options on the left. Press A to begin each thing. Question.
Now, let's see what you've got to say. Why'd you come to the hospital?
Oh, yes.
Try to find symptoms by listening to what patients say. Point at words related to the patient's symptoms and press A.
I'm in the school choir.
If you make too many mistakes, then you will fail. Her name is Dat. Ah. Right. No, it's not an abnormality.
There's an important competition coming up soon. But my throat feels all weird for some reason. It's kind of hard to inhale, and I can't really catch my breath between notes.
So she's having trouble breathing. It's a light case of dyspnea. Ronan, can you record the patient's symptom?
Yes, doctor. Congratulations. You received the symptom, dyspnea.
Congratulations. I received the symptom.
What the? Do you need to say it like that?
I'm glad they commented and said, hey, that's a really weird way of like, yo, you diagnosed something.
You
They
make
got
it sound
this.
like we're playing a video game or something.
That is my default syntax and inflection for new record entries. Will it affect the diagnosis? I have a variety of templates in my database if you would prefer another.
Change it. This isn't a game, you know. What were they thinking when they put you together?
Understood, doctor. Changing my expression at the end of the sentence and confirming it. New symptom observed. Dyspnea.
That'll do. It's about as close to normal as you're gonna get.
Dyspnea.
Actually, I had to take the day off from school yesterday, too. I was getting short of breath just sitting still, and my heart would start pounding.
Yeah, that's an abnormality.
So you've got palpitations and shortness of breath, even while resting? What about now?
I feel like I'm gonna diagnose myself and terrify myself in the process of playing this game.
Huh? Oh, yes. I've been feeling like this since yesterday.
I see.
Like,
I'll need
if
to auscultate
WebMD
you
was a
later on.
game, this is about as close as you could get.
I'm sorry. Thinking about this is a little depressing.
Is depression a symptom?
Oh, but there's something good that's happened. I've never been able to stick to a diet before. But lately I've been able to lose weight no matter what I eat.
Oh. Oh. Yay.
Lost weight? Well, she seems rather happy about it. But losing weight without doing anything isn't normal. You should add that to the list.
Understood, doctor. New symptom observed. Decrease.
Now I'm starting to get concerned about this.
Yikes, what am I talking about? Anyway, that's it. Doctor, am I sick with something?
There's a bruise right there.
All right, that should do it. There's no need for further consultation.
Certainly, doctor. Please continue with the auscultation. Signs of palpitations and shortness of breath can be detected by the patient's speech.
Yeah. You know, it sounds like you're the one giving me orders.
Doctor, the auscultation exam is now available.
Stethoscope.
All right, I'm going to take a listen. Could you lift up your clothing for me?
Oh, okay. This is a little embarrassing.
Doctor,
Good thing
please
we're not a
express
kid's
more
stream.
consideration when examining patients of the opposite gender. The social and legal intricacies of such interactions call for greater care to avoid unnecessary risks.
Yeah, don't get sued, doctor.
Hey now, I'm just using a stethoscope. How else you expect me to examine her?
Oh, I'll be all right.
Oh, look, you just made this whole deal even more awkward for her.
Gosh. This is a little strange, but we're gonna do it. Use a stethoscope to listen for abnormalities. Abnormal internal sounds, okay. You can check the heart, left lung, right lung, and abdomen. Stethoscope and hold Z to listen. Auscultation results can be heard on the Wii Remote. You can change the output on the right by pressing A. Okay. Standard auscultation sounds. Hold Z and tilt up down to compare the normal sound sample. Interesting. Press A when you identify a abnormality. Seems a little fast. Okay. Heart's like right here-ish, right? Okay, it has them listed right over here to the right. High, low, high. Now hers is low, high, low, high. Hers is really fast.
The patient's breathing pretty rapidly. Roni, make a note of it.
Yes, doctor. New symptom observed. Increased breathing.
Two, one. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. That seems pretty normal. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2. Her seems super fast.
Her heart rate is elevated. Roni, record that symptom.
Yes, doctor. New symptom observed. Increased heart rate.
Got that one, so let's exit.
Huh? The more I examine the patient, the more incongruities I'm finding. Let's see. Time to check them out with a visual exam.
Objectives of a visual exam. Try to find symptoms by observing a patient's outward appearance. Point at the patient and press A to zoom in. If you find an abnormality, press A to examine further. Abdomen, press A to examine it. Let's first get this, because it's pretty obvious there's something wrong. That's a neck worthy of the graceful.
There appears to be swelling on her neck. All right, I'm sorry, but I need to touch it just a little.
Oh, yes, please do so.
I see. Does this hurt?
It does hurt a little.
Well, I think we should do a CT scan. Roni, make arrangements for image analysis.
Yes, doctor. I am initiating the approval process.
Is a CT scan the same thing as a CAT scan? I am ignorant and don't know a lot about medical stuff, I will admit.
Please designate a date for this procedure and list any other pertinent details.
What? It's for today. Immediately, right now. Capiche? There's got to be an open slot for her.
Doctor, are you aware of hospital regulations?
No one ever got better by following regulations. Now hurry up and do it.
Yes, doctor. Request sent. New symptom observed. Swollen neck. Also, the CT exam is now available.
Hands are trembling. That's not a good sign.
So the hands trembling is something. CT and CAT scans are a bit different, but both x-rays. Okay, thank you for that.
Roni, make a note.
Yes, doctor. New symptom observed. Trembling fingertips.
Anything else?
Well, that's all the obvious symptoms. Let's end the exam for now.
Thank you very much.
Don't thank me just yet. The exam isn't over. You may have to come back here depending on the results, okay?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll do just that.
You know what? She's Keiko's voice actor from Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm pretty sure. Because she does video game voice acting.
Now, time to leave the exam room. I'll just come back if I need to.
Point to the door and press A.
Dr. Cunningham, I am obligated to provide you with instructions on hospital protocol. Please return to your office if you wish to perform a diagnosis or record your progress. Also, the preparations for the CT examination you requested earlier have been made. Please proceed to the image analysis lab if you wish to check the results of the exam.
I'm not an intern, Roni. I know how this hospital works.
Go to the analysis lab.
This room is allotted for doctors to confirm and review images of their patients.
The CT's ready, right? Well, let's check it out.
Point to the computer and press A to confirm exam images. Point to the door and press A to... Okay.
Roni, bring up the patient's images.
Yes, Doctor. Now opening the image file.
This is such a unique game.
Dr. Cunningham, I would like to explain the details of this exam. CT exam is short for computer tomography.
Oh, okay. So computer tomography scan.
An X-ray is applied to the human body and tomographic images can be taken of the affected areas.
I wish I knew what tomographic meant. Context? Or any context, to be honest. But it's an X-ray.
You know I went to med school, right? And not online classes or something? I'm an actual doctor.
Oh, okay. Gatekeeping, dude. Online degrees are still degrees.
I am aware of your credentials. This explanation is written into my default settings.
Is that so? Well, it's a good thing they didn't program you with anything useful, huh?
Okay. These images are of patients' neck. In other words, they're tomographic images of the neck and in the area around it.
All right, let's check these out one at a time.
Look for the patient abnormalities in the exam images. Hold up and down to compare with the normal sample and select A. Some images will have no abnormalities at all. Okay. That one looks identical to me. This one is a little happy ghost. Huh. Maybe I'm just being blind. I feel like there's definitely something I'm not seeing. This first one looks very similar to me, though. Let's go back to the second one. So I'm going to focus on the little ghost thing right now. Oh, this thing is different.
A portion of her thyroid gland is swollen. This will help with the diagnosis. I should go back to my room and sort out all these symptoms.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Swollen thyroid gland.
Found all the clues I need. Now I'm coming back. No use coming back here now. I need to go go to my office.
Well then, time to narrow down our candidates from these symptoms.
Point your Roni and press A to begin the diagnosis. Save the game at any point and press it.
Okay. Show me the likely conditions from the symptoms we found.
Yes, Doctor. Now displaying all potential diagnosis candidates.
Now, the diseases that the symptoms we've discussed apply to are... Point to a diagnosis candidate and press A for a description. I want to save real quick.
Time to narrow down our candidates from these symptoms.
Let's figure this out. Painless thyroid. We already know it's not painless. Hold A to move a symptom over to the diagnosis candidate and release. Thyroid gland has been destroyed. The release of the thyroid hormones into the bloodstream causes hyperthyroidism. In the onset of the disease, the thyroid gland swells, which we know we have. Which can be confirmed through visual examination as swelling on the neck. Antibodies in the thyroid gland cause swelling of the thyroid gland, excessive thyroid hormone production. So, we have that. Swelling in the neck. In some cases, a swollen thyroid gland places pressure on the respiratory tract, causing difficulty breathing. Oh, do I not? Weight loss. Do have those. I don't remember what dyspnea is in Paki. I'm not even gonna pretend like I can pronounce that. An analysis will reveal abnormalities such as low TSH level, high FT3 level, and high FT4 level. MRI will show swelling of the muscles around the eyes. In the entire thyroid gland will show an increase in radioactive iodine uptake. Plumber's disease. The condition in which tumors on the thyroid gland... it's gonna be this one. Swelling. Swelling on the neck. Places pressure on the respiratory tract, causing difficulty breathing. Increased causes increased heart rate. Wish I could look these up. Okay. I can look at these. So the ones I need to figure out are tachycardia, tachycardia, I think, heart rate increase, breath rate increases, hypnea, and dyspnea, trouble breathing. Trouble breathing, increased breathing rate, Okay, so hack, the prefix, means increased. Let's go back to this one. Difficulty breathing, that's dyspnea. Increased heart rate, as well as... Oh. It's gonna be this one. Pretty sure.
Alright. All the symptoms seem applicable to this candidate.
Doctor, it is possible there may be more candidates which match the patient's symptoms. I advise checking the symptoms against other candidates as well.
He's gonna ignore because he's arrogant.
Did I say I was finished with my diagnosis? I was about to do that.
Cool, so he actually is gonna go through all of these. Insufficient blood cell supply. It's gonna cause trembling fingers, I'm sure. Increased heart rate. Difficulty breathing. Rapid breathing. Alcoholism. Physical and mental dependence on alcohol intake. Patient is faced with pathological urges to consume alcohol. Lack of alcohol can cause conditions ranging from increased heart rate, headaches, sweating, psychological conditions such as hallucinating, and other nervous system conditions such as trembling of fingers. Okay. We got 2 of those. Hyperventilation. So that's definitely going to have trembling fingers, increased heart rate, and increased breathing. Hands. Increased heart rate. Using a bag-like object to have the patient breathe in their exhalations can reduce spasms in order to perform a diagnosis. Did it. You haven't deduced which symptoms candidate. I haven't. None of the diseases that the symptoms we discovered apply to. This one literally has all of them. I guess I'm missing something from one of these other ones. Difficulty breathing. Increased heart rate, heavy breathing. Oh, okay. I completely missed some of these. Trembling fingers. Weight loss.
This candidate seems quite plausible as well.
That is not entirely unexpected, Doctor. It happens quite frequently. We should continue checking the other candidates and narrow down the list of matches.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Quickly go through all these again. Difficulty breathing. Increased heart rate. Did I just miss these before?
This one's a match too. That's 3 possible candidates.
I agree, Doctor. However, these are all thyroid gland diseases.
Yeah, I know. There's a good chance the patient's got a thyroid problem. Ronan, let's move on to the definitive diagnosis. Get approval for the necessary exams.
Yes, Doctor. Would you like me to submit immediately for the date and time?
Yes.
Yep. You catch on fast.
I'm
There we
sending
go.
the requests now. An MRI exam, a scintigraphy exam, and an analysis exam are now available.
So I have 3 more exams I can do.
Now we need something more concrete for our diagnosis. Let's get started.
I agree, Doctor. Hopefully the additional exams will be of use. Dr. Cunningham, I have more information for you. Please head to the examination room to perform analysis. Also, the preparations for the MRI and scintigraphy exams you requested earlier have been made. Please proceed to the image analysis lab to check these results.
Yeah. I do know my way around my own workplace, Roni.
We can go here. Might as well see the
Preparations for the
exams and
scintigraphy
stuff.
and MRI exams have been completed.
Perfect. Let's get right to it then.
Doctor, allow me to provide information about the exams that are now available.
Whatever. I don't have the energy to even try and stop you anymore.
Scintigraphy is an exam where the accumulation and distribution of radioisotopes are made into images. By confirming the uptake of isotopes, the condition of tumors and organs can be analyzed. Next, the magnetic resonance imaging exam, or MRI exam.
One of those lungs is a lot bigger than the other. If those are lungs, one of them is messed up, and I think it's the right one. Or actually, no, that one's enlarged. I'm trying to think about like the actual size of a lung.
It uses magnetism to take cross-section images of the human body. It is similar to a CT scan, but there is no exposure to radiation.
Okay, MRI has no radiation.
Because MRI exams can yield more detailed images, they are generally used for foci in the head.
You're just a walking encyclopedia of things I already know, huh?
Go to the MRI first. This image is a tomography for the patient's head. In other words, it's slices of the human head. Gotta look at them, gotta check for any abnormalities. Have to be around the throat area with the way we're doing things. It looks normal to me. Oh, both of those are messed up.
The uptake of radioactive iodine is concentrated in several areas of the thyroid gland.
It is very educational. Like, I forgot. I probably knew what an MRI stand for at one point, but I definitely didn't know the difference between an MRI and like a CT scan and the scintigraphy. Uptake of radioactive iodine is concentrated in several areas of the thyroid gland.
Roni, make a record of this.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Abnormal thyroid uptake.
Now, let me look at this head one more time. I don't see anything weird about it. Yeah, I think we're good. Back to the exam room.
Good morning, Doctor. What did the test results say?
Well, we're still narrowing it down, but it's most likely a thyroid gland disease.
Thyroid gland? I'm going to be able to sing again, right? If I ever lost my voice.
Calm down. I know you're worried, but I'm not finished diagnosing you yet.
I don't know if you played Days Gone, but she plays... If this is the person I'm thinking of, she plays the young kid you save in Days Gone. Maybe about a third of the way through.
Just hang in there until the final results are in.
That's true. I'm sorry.
Good voice actor.
Roni, how about it? Is the analysis exam done?
Hey, is it Ashley Birch? I think that's her name.
Yes, Doctor. Would you like to look at the file?
Of course. Why bother with an exam if we don't look at the results? Bring it up.
Understood. Opening the file.
Well then, let's go in order and compare the patient's values with the standard values.
Okay. Look for abnormal levels measured by each of the tests. Okay, point goes outside the normal range. Okay. 120, that's good. 12, that's good. 40, that's good. 8, that's good. Oh man, this is super informative, man. Look at the ESR, the speed at which red blood cells sink in a special reagent. Abnormal levels can indicate inflammations in their sensitivity. Man, this is cool. Hematocrit. The percentage of red blood cells in blood. A low level indicates anemia, and a high level indicates that she's not anemic. Red blood cell count's good. Tell me what the red blood cells and white blood cells do. White blood cells can indicate the presence of an infection. An effective measurement for verifying the patient's general health. Oh man. Sorry, I'm just nerding out right now. Measure the blood. These measure the blood pressure to blood vessel walls. Fluctuations can indicate various heart or arterial diseases. Okay. Hemoglobin's blood. Know that much. These are guidelines for polycythemia and anemia. I'm guessing that's fibers. Proteins involved in blood coagulation. This level can fluctuate with inflammation or destruction of any tissues. I'm just gonna learn stuff. These levels indicate the speed at which blood coagulates. The higher the level, the longer the coagulation takes. The amount of platelets responsible for hemostasis in the blood can indicate blood, liver, or viral disorders. Though all of her blood analysis, her blood work came back good. Let's talk about chemistry. Oh, protein, okay. Bring kidney disorders for protein. Albumin. Serum protein that maintains blood osmotic pressure. A decrease in albumin indicates liver disease or malnutrition. So we're looking for kidney stuff. Creatine. A byproduct of breaking down protein and a waste excreted in the urine. High creatine. What's super creatine then? I've had energy drinks. Kidney disorders. Okay. Nitrogen component of urea created by breaking down protein. A high level of this indicates disorder in the kidneys. Pigment formed when hemoglobin is broken down. An accumulation of this in the body results in jaundice. Man, I know a lot of kids that have had jaundice. Pigment form. Yeah, and the pigment. Okay, that makes sense. AST. Aspartate. aminotransferase is found in the liver, mitochondria, skeletal muscles. When in blood, indicates organ disorders. Okay. He's good there. Alanine, something, found in great quantities in the liver. When found in the blood, it indicates liver disorders. Okay. So good. Cholesterol's good. What is cholesterol? Compound made in the liver, classified as a steroid, used as cell membranes, hormones, and bile acids. Causes arterial sclerosis. BNP. The brain natriuretic peptide is a type of hormone secreted by the heart. It indicates heart failure. I'm only going to read these the first time. I think all of the other exams that I'll have to do with this guy have these same things, so I'm just getting this information up front. A digestive enzyme excreted when the pancreas breaks down sugars. High levels can indicate pancreatic disorder. Serum lipase. Pancreas. High levels can indicate. Okay. Her pancreas seems good. Calcium. The mineral forming bones and teeth, calcium in blood plays a role in finding abnormalities in hormones, intestines, bones, and kidneys. And all of this is making me want to go see a doctor because I haven't been in a long time, to be perfectly honest. Done that. Phosphorus. In bones and teeth, with important functions in all cell types, can reflect hormonal abnormalities. Hormone produced in the pituitary gland that influences various reproductive glands may also indicate pituitary gland disorders. Leucine aminopeptidase is an enzyme that breaks down proteins. High levels indicate liver and bile duct disorders. Good there. Elastase. An enzyme that breaks down elastin used in arterial walls and tendons. Large quantities can indicate pancreatic disorders. Serum gastrin. Hormones secreted by the stomach's pyloric antrum. Used in examining gastric disorders in the pancreas, duodenum, and bile duct. These are the last like 6. HIFK2. Protein induced by vitamin K absence 2. Is an abnormal factor in blood coagulation that appears in liver cancer and other disorders. I have diagnosed myself. No, man, I'm telling you, like, Trunks, you know about my mom and that she passed last year and stuff, and she had a lot of pancreas stuff, and I'm just like, anytime the word pancreas comes up, I'm just like, man, this is the stuff they were telling my mom, which, ugh. Fetoprotein is a protein produced in fetal livers and umbilical vessel. When found in healthy adults, can indicate liver cancer. Finally, something that's off. FT3. Free tritothyronine is a hormone secreted by the thyroid gland regulating growth, metabolism, and circulatory function. So that's off. Her FT4 is slightly off. B3-thyroxine is a hormone secreted by thyroid gland regulating growth, metabolism, and circulatory function. So those two are off. 0.0. Oh, that's real off. TSH. Thyroid stimulating hormone is a hormone created by the pituitary gland. It adjusts the secretion of thyroid hormones. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Intact parathyroid hormone is a type of hormone secreted by the parathyroid gland used to stabilize calcium levels. Okay, so her FT3 is off.
The FT3 level seems a little high. Roni, make a record of this.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High FT3 level.
FT4 is just off by a smidge.
It isn't by much. The FT4 level's a bit higher than the standard range. Roni, record that for me.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High FT4 level.
Which is real low.
Her TSH value seems rather low.
Rather low, it's 0.03, dude.
Roni, please record that.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Low TSH level.
So I think that's going to allow us to pinpoint between two. I don't know if we're going to get a formal diagnosis on it.
Well, that about does it here. Let's go back to my office and continue the diagnosis.
Dude, this is so cool. I wish more games did stuff like this. Like, it's educational, and I'm having fun. Okay. THS. Oh shoot, I hit the wrong button. Almost no uptake of entopy. Okay, let's look at this abnormal. Sections of the thyroid gland were abnormal. All of those.
I made a mistake.
No. I'm gonna wait on that abnormal thyroid thing. So it's gotta be Parkinson, or sorry, painless thyroiditis, or Plummer's disease. I can't believe, I hate that I missed something. What if I go to episode select, then come back? Who cares? Who cares? I would have liked to get a perfect. I think I do get ranked on this. But, normal thyroid uptake. It doesn't give me... Confirmed through scintigraphy. Several sections of the thyroid gland were abnormal. So, I saw something along those lines. almost no uptake.
This is throwing me off my pace.
What does abnormal mean in this context? Oh, it says abnormal here, you idiot. What if? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna risk that save not doing what I think it does. Here. Diagnose.
It's official. The patient is suffering from plumber's disease. Roni, contact the orthopedics department. We need to put a chart together and request surgery.
Understood, Doctor. I'll process the rest from here. Well done.
All that's left is to tell the patient. I'm glad she doesn't have something that's too serious.
Oh, that's good.
And so, it's just a simple orthopedic procedure.
And I'll be completely cured?
Huh? Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pretty involved.
Come on in. You again. What do you want now?
My, how rude! I am the chief, after all. It's my job to watch over everyone in this ward.
All right, just get to the point. What do you want?
Would it kill you to be civilized? I just got word from Tomoe. Joshua's operation went well.
I see.
You're not going to go see him then?
The operation's over. Why would they need another doctor?
Oh, man.
That's not what I mean. What I'm trying to say
That's the kid that the other lady operated on.
What else is on your mind?
Here.
A dick.
An invitation. You want me to go to a medical conference?
It's a good one. With an after party. And it's in Japan. It's being catered by an Italian chef. I can hardly wait. Hey, what was that for?
Unfortunately, I don't have time for pointless things. If conferences saved lives, I'd be the first one in line. Oh, and by the way, can you take this to Hank?
What? Surgery instructions? Gabe, I'm the chief, not your personal carrier pigeon.
Hey, you said it's your duty to watch over the ward.
My batteries keep dying. I don't know if, like, this is ultra instinct draining on batteries doing this emulation stuff, but really weird. Give this to me. Dude, like, you don't even understand. These battery, like, I'm back according to this, but then the connect. Let me figure this out. I am sorry. The thing about the Wii Remote on the PC is you have to just connect it, like, non-stop, I feel like. It's so dumb. Good thing is, oh my gosh. You find it? Okay. Input device. Alright. Wii Remote connected. Let's go. That's probably something I'll probably have to do like every hour, if I had to guess. Just with the way my luck is. I've seen this event yet. Or have I? I think I have. Okay. Yeah, we already saw this one. So, we're on road 2 now. What is this guy? The big guy. Art in this game is so good. It is so good.
What in the world are you doing?
Good morning. I tripped and I fell.
How'd that happen? Here, take a look at this chart.
She needs surgery. Have you met with her yet?
Huh? Yeah, I was the one that diagnosed her. She's stable.
I see.
And don't celebrate yet. Make sure you do a good job. Got it?
Yeah, of course. She has a case of plumber's disease. This should be easy.
Sorry, I gotta ban this Haas person because they're just a bot, and I think they collect your IP information or something like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take care of him right now. Sorry for this slight delay. Okay, good. He has a case of plumber's disease. This should be easy.
Make your incision in the neck and excise only the adenoma.
Incision in the neck.
Now, the number of adenoma is unknown, so get all of them, okay?
Understood. Beginning the operation.
Nicole Summers. Extraction of tubercular adenoma in the neck. Excise all adenoma in the thyroid and suture with caution. He didn't message at all. He just, what's it called? I can see my viewers.
All right, let's begin this procedure.
And I just noticed Haas was in there. Edict results. You miss too many times, you will fail.
Gotta start with an incision into the neck. Grab the scalpel first.
Hold A and move the pointer up.
Use the scalpel and trace the incision guideline.
Incision complete.
Stop patting yourself on the back. From here on, it's the real deal.
Is this it?
That's right. No need to rush. Take all the time you need. You can stop whenever you want. Just stay close to the guideline during the excision.
Oh, that's right. His is all about precision.
Good. Cautiously continue on.
Dude.
All right. You've removed the first one.
Next is...
Looks like it's this one. Begin the excision. pretty good.
All right.
Okay.
Let's proceed. But be careful.
Whew.
All right. The second one has been completely excised.
Nice. At this pace, we'll be able to get home in time for dinner. Let's move on to a big one then.
A big one.
Indeed, this is a large one.
The procedure isn't any different though. Just be careful and stay attentive.
You make it sound so easy. Beginning the treatment.
Kind of moving for me.
Looks like you're on a roll. Yeesh. Wasn't I clear when I said to stay close to the line?
Darn it.
Don't push yourself. If things get hairy, just take a breather.
Okay. It starts getting faster the further you go in. Whew.
Excision complete. Is that all of them?
Nope, not yet. Can't leave any of these behind after all.
Good. Cautiously continue on.
That was pretty good.
Oop, oop, oop. I don't like this.
All right. Let's proceed. Be careful.
I wish you could see how I'm holding the controller. I'm like,
It's going well. There shouldn't be too many left.
According to my speculation, this should be the last one. Stay focused until you're done with it. Looks like you're on a roll.
down, slow down, slow down.
It's going well today.
You're good.
Fence this up. Woo!
How about it?
My God.
Are there any more?
Nope, that was the last one after all. Let's close the operation field and finish up. We're using the stapler to close up. Make sure to avoid leaving wounds, okay?
Stapler. Match the position and angle, then press AB.
Just follow the line and staple the incision closed. I'm sure you know this already.
Four more to go. I'll continue. Rock solid.
All right, one more.
Let's go.
Complete. That went well.
Darn it, if I didn't miss that one, I would have had it perfect, aside from my time. I'm sure my time is trash. This game is so hard to get A ranks on. Oh, they gave me an A rank. What do I know? I'm not a doctor.
Well, there aren't any noticeable wounds, so looks like that went well.
I hope she recovers quickly.
Don't worry, the operation was a success. I'm sure this girl will be happy with the results, too.
What type of bathroom is this? Shower room, whatever you want to call it. They look way too serious.
Huh? What's with that look?
Yeah, what is with that look?
Well, don't your cigarettes get damp in here?
That's just
What
Spike from
happened if you
Cowboy
were diving
Bebop.
without an oxygen mask?
I drowned?
You see? Consider this my version of an oxygen mask.
So that's how those things work.
We have breaking news in progress. Theodore Gacy's visit to the country is fast approaching.
Theodore Gacy.
Gacy's usually known by his nickname, Steady Hand Teddy. He is the alleged leader of an overseas drug smuggling cartel. Groups are now at the airport rallying against his arrival.
Oh, hey. You, free later? You wanna hit a bar or some? Hey, what the?
You just
Where'd
ran
that
off
guy go?
nude. Okay. Stopping some drug lord.
Is this country run by idiots or what? Land of the free. Let's see if we can't make some sales, shall we? Who the hell are you supposed to be?
I won't allow crime to occur on this soil. Prepare yourself.
Oh, crime, eh? Tell me, is this what you had in mind?
Oh, more
Guns aren't for threatening people.
What?
Guns are only for murdering people.
I mean, I'm not gonna talk about that subject on screen, but you're not wrong.
Are you some sort of monster?
If you wanted to kill me, you'd have shot already.
Don't move
Farewell.
or we'll shoot. That goes for everybody.
Hey, you! Tiny! You think you've won, huh? You're some goddamn hero that saved the city?
He's gonna get shot.
Bullshit! You're no better than me, you hypocrite!
Don't move! Theodore Gacy, you're under arrest!
For some reason, I don't think that's the last we've seen of him. I just have a gut feeling. Another endoscopy. Do it. I want to at least try all of the doctors tonight. That's my goal. I can just play one mission with everybody.
Hey, Tomoe.
Okay. She's an archer.
Ah, good morning, Dr. Cunningham. Did you need me?
You trying to kill me? I don't remember this here.
Failing to train would be straying from the path of honor. One must maintain a strict regimen in her life and her heart.
All right, I see your point. Anyway, turn on the news.
Huh? The news?
We bring you back to our
He
continuing
just clapped and got a
breaking news.
TV.
Drug kingpin Theodore Gacy was arrested today by a masked man. In transport, Gacy ingested a large quantity of drugs. He is apparently unconscious and in critical condition.
Theodore Gacy. That bastard who made a living in smuggling. He'll be here in about 10 minutes.
He needs an operation then.
Yeah, though I don't care much. The moron ate his whole stash. We need to get the drugs out before the bags open
Was he
inside.
trying to end himself?
Hanzo,
So, pathology's making an antitoxin for the drugs, but... Sheesh. I wasn't done, you know.
Cool having a ninja samurai doctor lady. A very interesting take on a character.
There's not enough saline. Check for
Get some more in
vecuronium.
here, please.
See to the
Let's get these
vaporizer.
monitors
Where's
hooked up.
Tomoe?
We're not getting any readings yet.
I'm sorry I'm late. Hanzo, get ready.
Understood.
Whoa! When did you get here?
There isn't much time. Chief, the conference, please.
I know that. I was just waiting for you. Let's go.
Figure this out. Irrigation.
Listen up. The patient's gone into shock. There's no doubt the drugs in his stomach are seeping out. We have no idea what condition he'll be in, so be careful.
Understood. Beginning the operation.
35. Patient has ingested several packages of narcotics, which are beginning to melt. Side effects are expected. I don't know how narcotics work, but do you normally eat the bag with the narcotics?
Let's begin the operation. Chief, please support me throughout this procedure.
Got it. The patient swallowed a lot of toxins. If he starts going into shock, it'll be fatal.
Once we found the substances, we will use the forceps to retrieve them. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe in you. Do it.
Press 1 to change oscillation speed and vertical settings. Oh man. Try it.
There are affected areas nearby. Let's treat them before moving on.
This thing. And I need a crane.
We're done treating around here. Let's move on to the next area.
What is that?
Retrieval target found.
Oh, it's a narcotic bag.
Use the forceps to pull it out. I'll attach them to the endoscope.
Pressing... Okay. Using the forceps, hold Z to grab the targeted object. Release C to retrieve the object you grabbed. Easy enough.
The foreign object is being held by the forceps. Now to retract the forceps and pull it out.
We've retrieved the drugs, but something's not right. This isn't as much as had been reported.
It's too soon for them to have been absorbed by now. That means...
Right. Unfortunately, they must have gotten separated since they were swallowed.
If the drugs he ingested get absorbed into his body, he'll go into shock. We have to search for them immediately and retrieve the ones that remain.
Gotta go deeper.
We've reached the cardia. Where could the drugs be?
Whatever he swallowed has caused hemorrhaging. Let's treat that while we search. This isn't good. The inner walls seem to be damaged. This will impede our ability to retrieve the foreign objects, so let's be sure to treat them as well.
Hemostasis complete. Let's move on.
Is there an affected area under the foreign object?
It's been affected by the toxic substance. Tomoe, treat it. It's still not enough. Keep looking. The hemorrhaging stopped. Let's move on to the next affected area.
On drain. Now I need to get his vitals up. terrible at selecting things from this menu.
An inflammation's occurred. Injecting medicine. There's another affected area hidden nearby. Let's seek it out.
I pinch it.
There should be another ulcer. Let's use the spray and look.
We're not done yet. The vitals aren't stabilizing. Let's search.
Spray.
Be careful how much medicine you inject into the ulcer. Strange. We've searched the entire stomach, but the remaining drugs are nowhere to be found.
If that's the case, they may have progressed into the small intestine. There isn't a moment to spare.
All right. Let's proceed into the small intestine while treating the damage caused by these drugs.
How do I get to the small intestine? I don't know my way around the stomach. Heal up. Heal up. Up.
We've reached the pylorus. Let's be careful as we continue. We're through the pylorus and are moving into the small intestine. Peristaltic movement will occur, so we need to be careful not to touch the walls as we proceed.
So yeah, it's very tight in here.
No! If you run into the inner wall, the patient will take
That
damage.
wasn't fair. It just kind of moved me the way I wasn't expecting.
This polyp will get in our way. I'm going to remove it.
Flip them.
Let's get the loop around the polyp and excise it. Be quick about it.
Using the snare, press Z to bring it out. Then match to the guide blade. Okay. Please C to excise the affected area and retrieve the snare.
Let's adjust the snare's position until the ring is secured above the affected area.
The polyp's been excised. Now use the forceps to retrieve the tissue we cut off.
There's a polyp. Let's get the snare around it and excise it.
We can finally move on. Let's proceed.
Heal up. Hook this guy up real good. A lot of stuff coming up in a second. See it.
This is severe. We should treat them all right now.
I need to position the ring so that it can go around the affected area.
It's hemorrhaging. Let's perform hemostasis after drink.
An inflammation's occurred.
Oh
Injecting
gosh,
medicine.
I did too much. I did way too much. Drain some stuff.
more affected areas around here. Let's move on.
Okay. Man, I kind of miss motion controls in some ways. Like, I didn't want them in every game, but for the games that really, like, took their time and were unique for them, so good.
The inner walls of the digestive tract are starting to be affected by the drugs. Treat the affected areas too.
Taken care of. It's also cool because I had to use like the Wii remote as a flashlight here.
There's the foreign object. I'll begin retrieval.
Good. This is the last one. Be careful with it.
Probably gonna need stuff under it. Oh,
There's a tumor under this foreign
a
object?
tumor. That's not
We have
good.
to do this. Stay sharp and treat it.
Tuberating affected areas. Inject the proper dose of medicine with a syringe.
The tumor is protruding. Now to begin excision with the scalpel.
Press Z to bring it out, then move it along the guide with.
Make incisions along the guideline to excise the tumor. The injection's effects have worn off. Inject the medicine again.
The first step of the excision has been completed. Continuing the treatment. The second step of excision has been successful. The third section of excision is complete. All that's left is to excise it with a snare. The tumor has been detached. Now to remove the focus. The excised area is hemorrhaging. We must perform hemostasis.
Oh gosh, I'm panicking. There's a lot of stuff happening.
The focus was successfully removed. The tumor treatment is complete.
Drain. Okay. Oh my god. I can't get to it until I drain, can I?
The blood flows have been drained. I'll begin treating the affected areas. That's the last one. The affected areas have been treated.
This is all we can do. All that's left is to wait for the antitoxin.
Okay. Yeah, I did hit this small intestine wall once. They got me.
Man, that scared the life out of me. I'm glad it ended safely.
Easy. Okay.
Chief, I'm sorry to worry you like that.
Oh, it's all right. I'm just glad the patient is safe.
I'd like to see an A rank of one of her missions. Gotta be
Extraction
intense.
complete.
All right. Do we have the antitoxin yet?
Chief!
Oh, what'd you do that for? The door, it's...
I'm sorry. Here's the antitoxin.
Is it ready? Oh, you galoot. Give it here.
You galoot.
Tomoe, administer this to the patient.
Right away. Administering the antitoxin.
Work. Work, damn it. Breathe. Come on.
We moved right there.
All right. It worked.
We did it!
Yes, we
Tomoe,
did it.
We
We'll
saved
make it.
him! Ew! He's breathing!
And that is that. I am so glad.
Oh, you did it! Way to go, Dr. Tachibana!
I was so worried.
The loot. I know, right? We're doing things in order. Oh my gosh, it is so hard to actually do things in order in this game. Locked room ooh, forensics.
We've received word about you. Miss Kimishima, is it?
Good. This'll make things easier. Where's the victim?
He's over here. This way, please.
Victim is Dennis Taylor, 30-year-old male. Neighbor called in the fire. The fireman found him. The knife in his hand matched the cut wounds. Probably suicide.
We'll see about that.
Huh. What's this?
That's where the fire started, likely before the suicide.
So a fire and a supposed suicide.
Miss Kimishima?
Sus. She knows there's something wrong about this scene. Going on with her phone. Oh, she can sense, like, she's got supernatural stuff going on. Interesting. So she can see, like, moments before the murder.
Are you feeling all right?
This was murder.
The phone told me about... No, I take that back. I take it all back
Send the corpse to CIFM
immediately.
immediately. I'll examine it. I want all finger and
I thought about what I was
footprints found in
saying
that
for a
room.
second. I was like, no, I don't want that. I don't need that ability on
If
my
you
phone. I
find
don't need
anything,
that app.
contact me directly. I'll be at the lab.
What was that about?
Well, she does work at the forensic medicine laboratory. Supposedly, she solved a lot of cases for the FBI.
The FBI?
That's
The
right.
Federal Bureau of
That means we need to
Investigations?
keep out of this. Come on, hurry down to the car for the fingerprint powder.
Oh, right away.
Let's begin.
Dennis Taylor.
This is Dr. Naomi Kimishima, ID 422194. Hey, little guy. Tell me what we know so far about this.
Oh, right. The victim's 30-year-old Dennis Taylor. At 3:30 p.m., someone in the same building reported a fire. The firefighters found the body in bed 20 minutes later.
Person who reported it, probably?
He had a knife in one hand and a deep wound on his wrist. The door was closed and chained. It's being ruled suicide.
Nonsense. Is that your personal opinion or your FBI training?
Look, isn't that the most reasonable fitting explanation?
I thought people learned when they grew older.
Got him.
Doctor, what do you mean by that?
Let's begin. Show me how this life's flame was snuffed out.
Dennis Taylor, 30, male. Man found dead in his apartment. Firefighters found the body. The door was locked. Love me a good mystery. First, take a look at the corpse. I've had the body taken to the evidence room. You're free to examine whenever you want. The information that we know up to this point is sent to your computer. Information gathered is displayed on the computer as hint cards. Why does that me look exactly like the me I made like a decade ago of Cloud? Information gathered is displayed on the computer as hint cards. Grab a hint card with A and B, release the card to the top right. Practice by analyzing the knife hint card. Oh, that's the one dude. That's funny. He has a me. There's nothing more I can tell you about this. Okay. I get how that works now. That's cool. Point the door. Also, I got like this jazz in the background. This room. Look at this body. Point at the corpse on the autopsy table and press A. Point at the items on the autopsy table and press A for examining personal effects. Check the corpse first. Body and camera controls. Directional change to angle, press A to zoom in or B to zoom back out.
This wound on the wrist is believed to be the cause of death. Even though this looks like a self-inflicted wound made with a sharp knife, there's something unnatural about it.
Select an answer with A, then select OK with A. Incorrect answers lower the upper left gauge. If it empties, you fail. I'd like to exit to come back to this later. Let's consider the slash room on the left wrist. Victim did commit suicide in this way. The wound is odd in that gotta hold off on that.
Is this a bruise? It's oddly shaped, though.
Big bruise, okay. I think that's it for his body. I'll just have to come back to the one thing. I feel like I'm not looking close enough at this. I need to be more careful and thorough when examining. Well, let me look at the effects first. The deceased was wearing a white shirt. There are blood stains on the sleeve. I don't see anything abnormal about. Aside from the sleeve, obviously. I think if I had more information, though. Wait. I didn't read what it said. More information that I can learn through examination. Let's take a closer look. Oh, look at that finger.
There's something odd about the index finger on the right hand. Indeed. We can't say what's wrong with it for sure until it's sent in for analysis, though.
Is that enough information, or does it really want me to solve the one thing? I found the obvious evidence, but I feel like there's something that I'm missing here. Well, yeah. Okay, so let's figure out what's weird about the bruise. I'm probably just not thinking.
This wound on the wrist is believed to be the cause of death. Even though this looks like a self-inflicted wound made with a sharp knife, there's something unnatural about it.
There is bleeding. I guess no signs of pain reaction because he didn't go to... Everything else is false because split your wrist, you hear about that being fatal all the time. I don't see any signs of... No signs of healing. Let's consider the slash wound on the left wrist. If the victim did commit suicide this way, would there be signs of healing? That's...
That's right. There's only the one wound on the wrist. A single slash, deep enough to reach the artery. No matter who it is, pain is an immediate response to a cut. No one should be able to make a single cut this clean and deep without flinching.
How do I know that?
I can't say this is proof of homicide, but I can't ignore this incongruity.
Sorry, I'm trying to, like, piece it together in my mind, so... I guess just because the blood is so... What's it called? Like... Concentrated in that one spot, he didn't, like, move his arm or anything like that. I don't know, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a forensics expert, so... Bothering me, what could it be? Wait a moment, something's not right. Matter. I feel like there's still something out of place concerning it. I need to go back to the evidence room and study it. Okay, so I didn't get everything. Oh, okay. Sure. Put spots in the eyebrow, I guess.
Yes, there appear to be spots of hemorrhaging in the eyeballs. This isn't a common condition. Perhaps I should ask Little Guy about it.
Oh, the knee. Okay, cool. I had to infer a lot more than I expected to. I can use my computer to sort out the information that I've gathered. I should try doing that now with what I've learned so far. The investigator is trying to contact you through the computer. Point to the panel in the upper... Okay, cool.
Dr. Kimishima, the results of the examination of the knife have come in. Let's see. The knife itself is a cheap common brand sold all over the country. It'll be difficult to locate where the knife came from. The blood left on the blade matches the deceased's. Only his fingerprints were found on the handle as well.
I see. At least one thing is clear now. That is...
Fingerprints and blood on the knife came from the body. This proves that fingerprints and blood on the knife came from the body. The knife pet dentist. Okay, cool. Easy enough. Knife has become deadly knife. Knife has evolved to deadly knife.
Yes. This knife is believed to have been used to slit the victim's wrist. Even then, we can't prove that unless we compare it to the wound.
Using hints. Grab a card with A and B and place it on another card. If it is a correct combination, the two cards will fuse together.
The shape of the knife blade corresponds with the wound found on the wrist. This means that...
Knife was used on his wrist. Large slashing knife has been obtained.
Indeed. This appears to be an open and shut case. Then again, this all seems a little too convenient for me.
There's no mistake. This finger is fractured. Can you send me the details? We'll get an x-ray performed as soon as possible. Oh, and I have one more piece of good news, Dr. Kimishima. I've received a recording from HQ of a witness's account.
Great, that will be useful. Who's the witness?
It's the deceased's neighbor. We've asked her some questions about the day of the incident.
Perfect time.
Neighbor, you said?
Maybe we'll be able to use her account to determine when the fire started.
Reporter can now be used. The neighbor's account has been added to the reporter. Okay. Topic neighbor's conditions has been added to the neighbor's account on the reporter.
I'll send the data over to you. Please check it using the recorder in your room. Hemorrhaging in the eyes, you say? It's a condition called petechia, caused by increased blood pressure and spasms in the blood vessels. It's commonly found as a sign of death by asphyxiation.
Asphyxiation.
Wait a second, that doesn't seem right. If I recall correctly, the victim...
Allegedly...
The cause of death was thought to be hemorrhaging from a slashed wrist. If the cause of death is asphyxiation, it's possible that we are dealing with a homicide.
Right. Making progress. Listening to a witness's account. Point to the voice recorder on the desk and press A. Well, she's too old to be... Oh, that was super ageist of me. Forget I said anything. Anybody can be a murderer. Kirsten Langley. Dennis's neighbor. He was asked about what she'd observed on the day of the incident. Listening to the witness account, press A to hear the witness's statement. Point at words related to the topic in the upper left and press A.
Yes, that's right. Oh, it's been so hot lately.
I've
been
so
keeping
cool.
the window that faces out into the street open because of the heat. That's how I could hear my neighbor so clearly. It was, let me think, around 3 in the afternoon? Yes, it must have been. I was watching Farewell Danny at the time. I heard this loud noise from my neighbor's room, and then the fire alarm started. Yes, it must have been. I was watching Farewell Danny at the
I think
time.
a loud noise from the
I heard
neighbor's
this
room.
loud. I heard this. I heard this loud noise from my neighbor's room, and then the fire alarm started going off a little after.
A loud noise followed by the fire. That may be a clue.
Okay. Look at her, so anime, so... Just love that photo. The art in this game is so good. It is so good. For whatever reason, it just reminded me of Elle in Death Note.
The way she described it, the sound doesn't seem to have been something exploding. Could the noise have been made by someone in the room? Or something else?
So there was a noise coming from the room around 3 p.m. Fire started. Fire really started after the noise began. We should be able to narrow down the victim's time of death to some extent. Time to use the computer to sort out this new information. I didn't even hear out the full recording.
I was really surprised. Oh, I think it was about 10 minutes. I looked out the window and saw smoke coming from next door. I ran over to my neighbor's door, but nobody answered when I pounded on it. I ran over to my neighbor's door, but nobody answered when I pounded on it. But I had to see if there was anyone in there, so I pulled on the door. It was chained from the inside, and no one answered me when I yelled.
That was already known.
Yes, the fire truck came soon after that. A firefighter cut the chain on the door and went inside. My neighbor? No, it seems he lived alone. My neighbor? No, it seems he lived alone. Oh, but I remember an electrician came at around noon. Oh, but
That's a suspect.
But I remember an
I've played enough
electrician
Phoenix
came at
Wright.
around
Don't trust electricians.
Yes, I heard him talking outside the front door, so I don't think I could be mistaken. Yes, that's right.
Well, it looks like they want me to go examine evidence. Neighbor heard something at 3 p.m. Fire occurred soon afterwards. Find these
The
two.
room was sealed, and the neighbor heard the sounds at around 3 p.m. The fire occurred not long after that. What we can deduce from that is...
Fire started after. Well, it doesn't necessarily... It's coming from... I don't think it necessarily says he's dead before 3. I also don't think it necessarily says that he was alive until 3 because... Well, it was locked. It was locked. Dennis died around 4. That does not say that in any way. I also don't necessarily think Dennis started a fire.
That's right. At least, that's all we can determine using our current information.
Assuming the room was closed, and there was noises coming from the room, Dennis had to be...
The deceased was alone at the time, so there's a good chance he made the noise. Still, we need more information to see if there was anyone else in the room when it happened.
There. It's been added to the neighbor's account on the recorder. Gotta be more computer stuff, right? He was alive until 3. These two? Okay. Huh. Think that would work. These two are at odds with one another. Not a bad option. I think I did every single combination. Quickly. Okay. I'm gonna save. Testimony? Oh. When did that get added?
Yes, that's right. Oh, it's been so hot lately. I've been keeping the window that faces out into the street open because of the heat.
Oh, okay. I can skip ahead.
But I had to... A firefighter cut the chain on... My neighbor? No, it seemed... Oh, but I...
So an electrician had come to the deceased's room that day at around noon.
Okay.
That was much earlier than when
That
the
makes
fire
sense.
supposedly started, but we should investigate it.
Let's try sorting through information that's been gathered so far. Let's talk to the little guy first.
Ah, little guy. Perfect timing. It seems an electrician entered the deceased's room around noon on the day of the incident. If he's talked to your people, can you ask them for the recordings of the interview?
All right, I'll contact them immediately.
Please do. How's the analysis going?
Well, regarding the fracture on the corpse's finger, the right index finger was fractured by an external force. It's rather odd. There are no signs of healing in the fractured area.
Signs of healing?
No traces of healing. That would mean...
Already dead?
Concentrate.
Okay, well, after he died. Sure.
That's right. Reactions to injury.
I didn't know it
like
started
minor
instantly healing. I was
hypodermic
like, well, if it
hemorrhaging
happened in the
are
past
vital
day or two,
reactions.
maybe.
They only occur while the body is still alive. Thus, if there were no vital reactions to this broken bone, the fracture happened, it must have occurred after the person was already dead.
That would have to be the case. Oh, and to be clear, there's no way that the body was damaged during transport. We take the utmost precautions when moving bodies.
Huh. I hadn't considered that until you brought it up. Still, I'll take your word for it. If his index finger was broken, using the hand would have caused a great deal of pain. With that in mind, he shouldn't have been able to use his right hand all that well.
So he couldn't use his right hand. Well, if he couldn't use his right hand... I kind of need her to repeat that. If it happened after death, who cares? Well...
There was a wound in the left wrist and a fractured finger on the right hand. This seems odd because...
knife was in and...
Yes, the deceased would have had to hold the knife in his injured hand to cut his left wrist. Then he would have had to cut deep enough to sever the artery, putting pressure on his broken finger.
But his finger's broken after death. Or at least I thought it was.
Even if he was right-handed, this situation just doesn't add up.
Hello, Dr. Kimishima.
Cut the small talk. What do you want?
So cold. HQ's questioned the electrician that the neighbor mentioned. I've sent you the recordings.
This person's voice is really like... It's bothering me that I can't think of who it is. I'm gonna look it up. Naval IMDb. I've heard this voice in so many games. And it's just ticking me off. Yuri Lowenthal. That name sounds super familiar, and I feel stupid that I can't just immediately... It's Peter Parker from The Amazing Spider-Man, that's why, or Marvel Spider-Man. That's okay. Yeah, that is 100% Peter Parker from that game. Okay. Okay. It was driving me crazy. But yeah, that is Spider-Man from the PS4/PS5 Marvel Spider-Man.
It seems HQ already knew who he was, so there wasn't a problem.
Now we'll find out why that electrician went to the deceased's room.
The electrician's account has been added to the recorder. Topic, reason for entering. Okay. Well, it's gotta be the last one. Oh, there's a new witness. Leon Richardson, 31, male. The electrician who visited Dennis's room the day of the incident. He was asked about what happened that day.
Yes? Oh, yes, that's right. A murder? Yes, that's fine. He said his air was broken and needed to be fixed.
He fixed the air. We should focus on that.
Other lady's been talking about her windows a lot.
There's nothing odd about having a repairman come to work on the ventilation system. But, at the very least, Dennis...
No! What's up, PBJ? That kind of freaked me out. I was like, wait a second. That doesn't sound like something coming from the game. How are you doing, man?
We need to learn about the deceased's condition at that time.
Dennis's status has been added to the electrician. Okay. Lurking for a couple hours. I appreciate it, man. Dude, this game's just... the music, I can vibe to it all day. And it's really chill. I like this game a lot.
Yes? Oh, yes, that's
we
right.
gotta find Dennis's status.
Yes, that's fine. He said his air was broken and needed to be fixed. That was around noon, I think? I got the call earlier that day. Yes. He said he needed it fixed that day, so I went straight there when I finished the job I was doing. Yeah, it was really quick. All I had to do was swap out a cable. Right. I think I was only there for about an hour. Yes, I fixed his heater.
Took an hour to switch a cable?
Well, the way he looked, I wouldn't be surprised if he...
It wouldn't be surprising if the deceased committed suicide. Sounds like an important detail.
The electrician judged that. This electrician is sus. Dennis seemed depressed.
Does that mean the deceased had a motive for killing himself?
I want to hear the last two lines of this guy's testimony.
The customer? Well, the way he looked, I wouldn't be surprised if he committed suicide. Around 3 p.m.? No, I wouldn't have a clue. I was already fixing a washing machine at my next appointment's house at that time.
Darn it. Okay, no more information from him. That's fine. Go back to computer. Dennis seemed depressed. Air repair.
Yes, these pieces of information do go together. On the day of the incident, the electrician had been asked to repair the deceased's air. The electrician went to the deceased's room at noon and left after finishing his work. Both the deceased's neighbor and the electrician himself agree on that.
Their stories collaborate, that's fine. Air confirmation. The electrician said that Dennis seemed depressed when they met on the day of the incident. Does this fit with my other information? Any more of that I can combine? I guess so, because they would have... Yeah.
Indeed. Both of these facts relate to the deceased.
Ow.
The last time the deceased was seen alive was...
Oh, well, they're related. I thought they... Last seen alive.
That's right. At that time,
Excellent
he
reasoning. Seemed depressed, according to the electrician.
Yes. This comes from the electrician's testimony. The last time we believe the deceased could have been alive is...
Round 3. Big brain right here.
Indeed. The neighbor reports hearing a sound from the room at that time. Within an hour after that, a fire started in his room.
Let's go, PBJ.
The deceased was later discovered dead. That's all we know at this point.
Do it all down. Some of these looks like I'll be able to learn more by asking the little guy about them. Okay. Besides analyzing information. Okay. Already know this. Oh. Can he verify anything about the air conditioning? Gathered quite a bit of information. Should I try sorting through the facts I've found so far? I just asked him about everything. What do they mean? Okay. This is going poorly.
Hey, little guy. I want to go through the information. that
Oh
we've
my
gathered so
god, I
far.
just had to hit A. All that big brain stuff I just said, forget it. Whatever.
All right, let's piece it all together step by step.
Let's do that.
The deceased, Dennis Taylor, was found dead in his apartment.
This music, though.
Let's see. His body was discovered because...
Oh, fire.
Yes, but by the time firefighters arrived on the scene, the fire had already gone out. His corpse was found on the bed.
That's right. The FBI and police initially ruled this case as a suicide. The reason for that was...
Flash wrist.
That's correct. The other reason was...
Door was locked.
Indeed, the slashed wrist and the chained door point towards suicide. It would seem he was so desperate for death that he would both slit his wrist and set his room on fire. That isn't a surprising conclusion.
The knife blade does match the shape of the wound in the wrist. The blood on the blade matches his DNA. Lastly, the deceased's fingerprints were found on the handle of the knife.
Okay.
Those are all true, but there was something odd about that wound on his wrist.
He did not show any signs of pain reaction.
First, another point is,
the knife was in... Yeah, right hand.
his finger was fractured. Would he have been able to use a knife with a wounded hand?
But I thought we said that his finger got fractured after death.
It's very unlikely, but that's not the only thing that raises doubt. If he did die of the knife wound, he would have bled to death. However, investigating the corpse points to a different cause of death. That is...
hemorrhaging in the eyes, because that was asphyxiation. Let's go.
That's
Obviously.
right, the petechia on the eyes, and the strange bruise on his abdomen. There's more than enough evidence to doubt that this was a suicide.
But according to the electrician's statement, the victim seemed like he might be in a state to commit suicide.
According to the electrician who probably murdered the guy.
Indeed. There are too many uncertainties to be able to draw a conclusion at this point. I'm going to have to investigate the scene for myself. Little guy, get me approval to enter the area.
Oh, understood. You shouldn't have a problem, Dr. Kimishima. I'm sure my bosses will approve you right away.
Yes, but I don't intend to waste any time. I'm going there right now. You deal with the rest on your end.
Crime scene is now available to investigate. You can go there using the map. Okay, awesome. I may be able to gather more information if I visual. Okay, I know that. Come on. Come on, game. Crime scene is now available. From now on, you will be able to visit that location whenever you want. So let's start right to left. Let's look at the chain door. Why is this bent?
It's the ceiling fan. There's a speed selector and a timer. One of the blades seems to be broken, though.
It was broken in Dennis's room. That's... Yeah, the repairman came that day.
The electrician had supposedly come to fix the air.
Well, when he said air, I assumed it wasn't a fan because he said he had to swap a wire.
I need to review his testimony to confirm what he actually fixed. This is a table. Now that I look closely, the burns are most severe right here. What was burning here? If I send this for analysis, I might find out what was on fire on the table.
Box. Look at this blood.
This is where the deceased's corpse was. If this blood stain is his blood, then...
Well, no. He would have had to be lying on his stomach. Because the way his wrist was cut, he'd have to... Yeah. Go with that. Wait, what? The wound was on the corpse's left wrist. Oh.
How could I do that?
Lying on his back, that's cool, that's fine, whatever.
Yes, the injury was on his left wrist. From the position of the blood stain, it would appear he was lying face up on the bed. There was only the one bloodstain, so he didn't move around much after his wrist was slit. If this truly is a suicide, that would mean that he bled to death here. However, the amount of hemorrhaging here seems to be too small for a man to completely bleed out.
Smoke detector. I got everything. Go back to the office. Still don't have enough information. I should return to the crime scene once again. What else could I have investigated?
The deceased's friend? I see. I was so caught up in the case that I didn't check the man's background. Hello, little guy. Can you hear me?
I don't even know what I skipped.
Yes, I hear you. Did you need something, Dr. Kimishima?
Yes. Can you do me a favor and look into the deceased's friends? I'm going to send you a picture right now. Try getting a hold on whoever that is.
All right. Is there anything in particular you'd like us to find out?
Let's see. First, about the deceased himself. It'd be great to find out more about the day of the incident.
All right. I'll make preparations to have them questioned. I'll send you the recordings of their answers, so please check the recorder.
Good. I'm glad you can get on this so quickly. I'll be counting on you.
Okay. This seems to be all the info. Okay. That was a bad clue right there. Because there's nothing about that that really stands out versus the background. And Phoenix Wright, if they ever had a clue like that, they would put something around it to make it obvious, hey, check here. Game is nice, though, in the fact that it'll tell you, like, hey, probably need to get something else while you're over here. We interrogated the man in the photo that was found in the victim's room. As usual, I've transferred voice data over to you. James Morton, 29, male, Dennis's friend. He was asked how the victim had acted before his death. Okay.
What you want, man? Why are you calling me out here? Huh? You want to talk about Dennis? You're better off asking his girlfriend. Her name's, Stella. Yeah, she's at the club down on Roulette Street. Yeah, she can probably tell you more about Dennis than I can. That guy, huh? No, nothing. He's a friend of mine, you know? I don't hate him. We had been drinking together the night before he died, after all. He did seem pretty flush recently, if you know. He did seem pretty flush recently, if you know what I mean. He called me up out of the blue and, said he'd pick up the tab that night. That wasn't really important, it was just how he normally brags. He was all proud of this red Portland Jacks t-shirt he was wearing, too. The red ones are a limited edition or something. They're pretty rare. Didn't you know that? Lame. His job, huh? Yeah, he worked at this crappy little bar in some back alley. Then again,
how is he
probably
rich?
Can't really call it a bar either. How did he make his cash? Psh, who knows, man? I don't. Hey, that's why I said you should be talking to his girlfriend. Hey, you guys seriously think that he offed himself? It's just stupid. And he was one sharp SOB, always looking out for himself. It's just stupid. And he was one sharp SOB, always looking out for himself. I mean, he always thought that if you had no money, then you should get out and steal some.
This guy probably wasn't
think
that
someone
great
like
a guy.
that would just kill him? that would just kill himself? Well, it's got nothing to do with me anyway. What you want, man? Why are you calling me out here? Huh? You want to talk about...
Do with the deceased acquaintance.
Huh? Her name's, Stella. Her name... Yeah, she can probably tell you more about Dennis. That guy, huh? No, nothing. We'd been drinking together the night before he died, after all. He did seem pretty flush recently, if you know what I mean. He called me up out of the blue and, said he'd pick up the tab that night. That wasn't really... That wasn't... So proud of this red...
A Portland Jacks t-shirt.
How's that a behavior?
If he was telling the truth, the victim was wearing that shirt on the day of the incident.
They should have said, like, identifying the victim or something like that.
In any case, after hearing this testimony, it seems hard to believe that the deceased would have committed suicide. That reminds me, the man said in his interview that the deceased had a girlfriend. I wonder if HQ knows who she is. This is worth asking Lil Guy about.
Yes, did you call Dr. Kimishima?
I need you to look into somebody for me. A woman named Stella Abbott.
Oh, the deceased's girlfriend? Well, technically his ex...
That doesn't matter. Can you find her?
We already have. HQ's just finished questioning her. Oh, should I send you the recording?
Yes, please.
Please. Now, if you don't mind.
Jesus.
I feel like I'm getting closer to understanding who Dennis
Me and
Taylor
her,
really
like the
is.
same person. No, this person I'm asking you about it. Oh, you don't have to send me anything about them. According to the victim's friend, the victim was wearing a t-shirt on the day he died. Maybe able to learn something from the information I've gathered here. I was thinking I'd have to go back to the evidence room. He's wearing a white shirt.
That reminds me. Someone mentioned the clothing that the deceased was wearing on the day of the incident. That's odd. There's nothing that stands out about the clothing. Somebody said something about what the deceased had been wearing that day.
Back to the office. Let's combine the clues. Also save.
Something about this shirt is bothering me.
Different. I mean, it's a lot of things.
That's right. The deceased was apparently wearing a red t-shirt on the day of the incident. Did he change after he got home? Or was there some reason for changing his shirt?
This is a blood stain. One moment, please. I did some quick calculations. A stain of that size would take about 800 milliliters of blood.
The average adult male would have to lose at least 1,500 milliliters in order to bleed to death. This means that...
He didn't bleed to death. Wait.
That was careless.
You might. I didn't even see that. God dang it.
Well, the amount of blood loss required varies from person to person. It is unusual, though. I'll have to remember it. This does raise some doubts. The electrician supposedly came to the victim's room to fix his air, but he didn't repair the ceiling fan? Or did the fan break after the electrician had left?
That guy has way too many stars next to his name not to be the murderer.
In any case, I'll need to hear his account again.
Go back.
Dr. Kimishima, did you receive the voice data?
From the deceased's girlfriend? Have you sent it?
You should be able to listen to it using the recorder. Please listen to it when you can.
Right. First, I want to know about the deceased's source of income.
He did seem fairly well off for somebody without a steady job.
Indeed. I'll be listening for that while I'm going over the recording.
This is a lot longer than I thought it would be, to be perfectly honest. There's quite a few parts to this investigation.
Yes? Oh, yes, that's right. A murder? Yes, that's fine. He said his air was broken and needed to be fixed. That was around noon, I think? I got the call earlier that day.
It's a wire.
He said he needed it fixed that day, so I went straight there when I finished the job I was doing. Yeah, it was really quick. All I had to do was swap out a cable. Right. I think I was on... Right. Yes, I fixed his heater.
He fixed the heater. Something about that seems odd.
Supposedly the electrician came to fix, but it's hot.
Yes, the deceased's neighbor mentioned that. Summer is already starting, and yet on the day of the incident, the deceased wanted to have his heater repaired? There's something strange about this after all.
Okay. So, let's go ahead and check the girlfriend. Why does she look evil too? Stella Abbott. 21 feet. Oh, it was the victim. Wasn't he like 30? Not to, you know, you can have a younger partner, but Dennis's ex-girlfriend, she was asked about Dennis's activities. Well, he is going to be so loud and obnoxious. I already know. Already know. Why are you asking me anything?
Seriously? What do you guys want? I've got work to do, so let's get this over with. Huh? Dennis? You mean Dennis Taylor? Wow, that name brings back bad memories. We broke up years ago. Yeah, at first I thought he was an interesting guy, pretty cool and all. But he never had a job, and he just kind of wandered through life. Oh, but he always had money. I'm sure he didn't come by it. Honestly. Are you really this slow? Don't you get it? Drugs.
He's doing drugs.
He was a drug dealer.
Good heavens. The deceased's been holding on to quite a secret. I'm going to have to change the way I approach this case. Let's go through the information we have, now that we know the deceased's true identity.
Screw it, a drug dealer? Is that...
The deceased had this hidden dark side to him.
This is looking more and more like a case worth investigating. If Dennis Taylor was a drug dealer, then there could be a variety of reasons to kill him.
Still, I can't let my prejudices cloud the truth. I need to remain objective. However, it seems that we're going to have to change our views regarding this case.
Right. I'll prepare the CSI's ALS.
ALS? The advanced light source that can adjust the wavelength being emitted?
That's right. An object's visibility depends on the light being reflected from that object. ALS lets you select a particular wavelength to focus only on what you want to see.
Or hide what you don't want to see.
Huh? Oh, no.
I'll try using it. Thanks, little guy.
Oh, okay, so I have to go back to the crime scene. I'm gonna listen to the rest of Stella's testimony.
Are you really this slow? Don't you get it? Drugs. He was a drug dealer.
Drugs.
He worked for this big fish called Theodore. I guess Dennis got totally used by him, the dumbass. And that was it. I broke up with him. I mean, dealing drugs? That's way too dangerous for me. Who knows? I assume he's still out there dealing. I mean, I can't do anything to stop him. Huh? He died? When?
What a weird way to end that interview. Go to the crime scene. ALS investigation light. Examining crime. Okay, so that's gonna help. Probably where the fire is, I'm guessing. Although the tutorial put it directly on these posters right here. Let me check the door. There we go.
There's white powder scattered on the floor. It looks like there are footprints in it.
Are we dealing with cocaine?
I can guess at what this powder is, but I should send it in for analysis just in case.
I think we got everything we need, if I had to guess. I think we have a pretty good idea of what this is.
I still have doubts. My main concern about this is...
What you're doing, man, is air circulation.
Yes, fans circulate air within a room. If the owner was having his air system fixed, the fan should have been considered part of it. Why then would the electrician fix only the heater and not the ceiling fan?
Maybe if I exit. Gotten all of these. It's either... Okay, let's try sorting through information.
It's true then. This does have to do with the victim, but I wonder why. I get the feeling that there's something very wrong about this.
The two accounts from people who saw Dennis seem to differ dramatically. The difference is, yeah, it's behavior, I guess.
Indeed. At first glance, it doesn't seem like these refer to the same person at all. On the one hand, drug-dealing scum enjoying his life. On the other, a man with suicidal depression. Either one of these clues is false, or there's more to this shady business that I haven't found out.
He said he was depressed, though, like...
In either case, the truth of the matter is that he was indeed a drug dealer.
That wasn't gonna work. Exit. Do I need to sort through clues? Yes, okay. Huh. What clues can I combine at this point? Oh, these two. Done. Wait, no? Not enough blood and the cause of death was supposed to be blood? Go back to the room. I missed something, obviously.
This powder on the floor seems to trail behind the shelf. Bingo. There's more of that powder inside this hole. What an obvious place for a hiding spot. Mr. Taylor wasn't all that clever.
Hidden hole in the wall. Exit. The office. Alright, little guy.
Dr. Kimishima, about that white powder that was spread on the floor.
Crack cocaine.
There were traces of drugs found within it. A number of different sets of footprints were identified in that powder as well. They all belonged to the firefighters, police, and you, of course.
I see. That means...
Two of those are impossible. Footprints found in the drugs were all from firefighters, policemen, and himself. I guess when the fire started, right?
Exactly. That would be the case. The room belonged to the deceased. If the drugs had been spread on the floor before the incident, his footprints should be there as well.
Ah, okay.
But the only footprints in the room were from people who had entered after the fire. This would mean that the drugs would have to have been spread before or soon after the fire began.
Now, got that. Drugs on the floor. And hole in the wall.
All right, let's go over the information we've gathered. First, the white powder.
Drugs. Powdered toast?
Yes, the trail of drugs led directly to the hole behind the shelf. If the same powder from the floor was inside the hole, then...
Finish. Just hide it. No?
That's right. But there weren't any drugs inside the hole. The layer of drugs had footprints from the firefighters, the police, and me left in them. All of the footprints had something in common.
They were after the fire.
Indeed. There weren't any footprints from before the time the fire began. So from this, we can deduce that the drugs must have been scattered on the floor when...
Just before the fire.
Yes. If I take this even further, I'd say that it would have been after Mr. Taylor stopped moving.
Correct.
In other words, it must have happened between his death and when the fire started. But why were there drugs on the floor?
Drugs were placed on the floor at around the time the fire started. They were on the floor because that's impossible, because nobody could have gotten in there. Drugs were placed on the floor at around the time. Well, okay, well, they could have dropped it and not left their own footprint.
Yes, they must have spilled out when someone removed the drugs from the hole in the wall. Dennis Taylor was killed, and someone walked out with the drugs. I'm starting to get a clearer picture of what happened here, but...
Killed.
There's no proof just yet.
I'm trying to think about where the locked room comes into it. Killed. Drugs taken. Fire started / door locked.
I need to move on to the next step. I should consult with the little guy about this.
Getting confusing.
Dr. Kimishima, have you confirmed that it's a murder after all?
I don't know how you heard about that so quickly, little guy. Have you been eavesdropping on me?
Huh? No,
Forget it. I can see right through you.
Oh, right. I have a new tool for you. It's luminol. Do I need to explain it to you?
chemiluminescent material based on reducing 5-nitrophthalhydroxide.
Gotta go back to the
with
crime scene
sodium
again.
dithione. It reacts to iron and hemoglobin by glowing, making it useful to find otherwise hidden bloodstains. Anything else?
No.
Good. I just spray this onto suspicious areas, then shine the ALS on it, right? I'm sure it will be useful. Thank you, little guy.
Luminol. Back to the crime scene. Luminol reagent spray is useful for examining crime scenes. The door. Trying to do the Ace Attorney thing. Anywhere where fingerprints would gather, typically where you use luminol. Oh, love that. Okay. Oh, I have to use... I should have paid more attention to that tutorial.
So there were bloodstains here too.
Though he was probably murdered on the floor. In fact, almost assuredly. Because that's enough blood for a person to actually bleed out.
If these are from the deceased, we may be able to use this with something else that we know.
Yep. Figured.
Huh. This...
Materia in the doorway? Okay.
There's a reaction to blood on this screw that's securing the doorknob. The screw seems rather loose as well. Come to think of it, the door to this room was chained shut when the fire started. Could this be related to that in some way?
Probably. Figured.
This.
Rope.
There's a rope wrapped around the shaft of the ceiling fan.
Was that to close the door?
There's no mistake. Those are bloodstains.
There's bloodstains. The office. Gonna go ahead and save. Sort through the information I've gathered.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, sorry for the wait. The analysis of the burnt material has come back from the laboratory. Calcium hydroxide was detected in the sample.
Calcium hydroxide, you say?
Calcium hydroxide? You mean slaked lime?
Yes, small amounts of quicklime were also detected. Quicklime is a substance that releases a great deal of heat when it reacts with water.
Huh, I see. So this was...
Great amount of heat. Release from calcium. Okay. Fire.
I agree, but isn't it odd? If the killer wanted to start a fire, there are far easier ways to go about it.
You're right. There must have been a reason for this. It's our job to investigate that, isn't it?
Probably so they can start it without being in the room themselves. And on a delay.
Dr. Kimishima, we've identified the blood on the screw. It's a DNA match with the victim, Dennis Taylor. Why would his blood be there, of all places?
It's simple. What happened was...
Is that how he broke his finger? How would it touch the murder weapon? I haven't quite thought that one through yet.
What's this? It just looks like a loose screw to me.
But we didn't start the fire. How are you doing, Naked German?
Think harder, little guy. How was the room when the firefighters arrived at the scene? The entrance was closed, but was it completely inaccessible?
Okay. When the body was discovered, the door to Dennis's room was blocked by a chain.
That's right. The chain on the door had been attached, but the door itself wasn't locked.
Went to work, got home, went to work 12 hours later. Ooh. Why was super dope, but COVID numbers are still going up. Yeah, I actually found out on Wednesday that I was exposed to COVID, so I'm getting tested tomorrow. See if I'm positive or not, so fun times. Yeah, that's right. The chain on the door had been attached, but the door itself wasn't locked.
Sorry, but the door only opens about 15 centimeters with the chain attached. I don't even think a small child could get through a space that small.
You're so unimaginative. Flex your mind and think about it.
Ooh, flex your mind.
Listen
Okay.
to me. What I'm trying to tell you is...
Killer was able to go through the door with the chain shut by. You're removing one screw, right?
This loose screw tells us everything. With the screw removed, the entire plate on the door can be swiveled around by the doorknob.
Screw removed, the entire plate on the door can be swiveled around. Okay.
The plate itself is about 20 centimeters long, so the gap increases to almost 35 centimeters.
So, I don't understand a word she's saying right now. All I know is the guy could have left the room. Guy or girl. We don't know yet.
How big does somebody have to be that he couldn't fit through a space that size?
Oh, I see now. That's more than enough room to get past the door. So the killer just screwed the plate back on from the outside after he left the room then?
Okay, I see.
I think that's the most likely explanation. But the killer was in plain sight once he was outside the door. He wanted to finish quickly. The killer couldn't completely tighten the screw and left the area as we found it.
Wow. That proves that this isn't quite the locked room mystery we thought it was.
I don't know, I don't speak metric.
Huh. Still, this doesn't help us figure out who the killer is. I need to investigate the situation in more detail.
Always need to investigate in more detail. Okay, so we have chemicals, bloody screw, blood stains on the floor. Compared to the other bloodstains, why not? Oh gosh, wrong thing.
That's right. There were 2 different bloodstains left in the deceased's room. Now, which of these bloodstains happened first?
It's probably the one where he has the massive blood stain. If I had to guess. Yep.
That's true. Unless the corpse got up and walked over by itself, it's most likely that the deceased died where the first bloodstains were found, and then was carried to the bed afterwards.
Carried to the bed.
That would explain why there was such a small amount of blood on the bed itself.
Correct. And now that we know he got moved, somebody probably changed his clothes for him, if we're being honest. Darn it. Curious rope.
Yes, these 2 pieces can be combined into one. The rope wrapped around the ceiling fan is what caused it to break.
Okay. Also, Naked German, I don't know how much you know about this game, but it's called Trauma Team. It is a spin-off of the series Trauma Center, which started on the DS, which that one is exclusively about doing surgery, whereas this one you play as 6 different doctors. And each, well, they're not all doctors, like she's investigations, but essentially you play as 6 different medical experts, and depending on their specialty, the mission, you know, is different.
The question now is why there was a rope around it in the first place.
Dude, this oh man, I could go off about this music all day. It has so many good tracks. The question now is why there was a rope around it in the first place. Okay. Fair. I think I'm gonna have to answer about this bloody screw, but I'm not sure why there was blood on the screw. They found the murder weapon, so I don't think it would be there because of that. I'm gonna exit and save real quick. Oh, no, I completely get you. And I didn't take it as sarcasm. I know this music slaps. So, if you were saying it in a sarcastic way, it was completely lost on me.
Doctor, it's a DNA. Why would his blood be there?
So if Dennis died, why would he touch the screw? I don't think he was finger painting the killer. So that leaves blood spatter, and it touched the murder weapon. There wasn't any other blood spatter. I'm guessing it had to touch the murder weapon.
That's right. It's probably because it touched the murder weapon.
Game is making me use big brain mode more than I'm comfortable.
Wait, why would the killer touch that screw with the murder weapon?
He would have to, if the weapon was...
Something that is needed to place screws. Came in contact with. Screwdriver. Oh, and that's the... Okay, everything makes sense now. Yeah, getting killed with a screwdriver, and I'll show you, like, there's a piece of evidence where he got stabbed and there was like a star-shaped wound, and I couldn't figure out what that is, but now I know what that is.
Yes, a screwdriver. It was likely used to both loosen and tighten that screw.
I see. Then the screwdriver left the blood on the screw while he was covering his tracks.
Speaking of which, let's go ahead and go to here.
Yes. These pieces of information are hiding an important fact. I didn't notice because the bleeding had stopped completely, but this isn't a bruise. It's a stab wound.
It was leeches.
This strange pattern here is likely
a screwdriver. Duh.
Concentrate.
I guess it had to go down to the handle. Fair enough, game. That's darker than I really wanted to think. But how did it heal? How could it, if he got stabbed that hard with a screwdriver, how did it heal by the time we found him? I don't understand that. That's throwing me off right now.
Yes, that's right. It's indisputable evidence that the weapon was jammed in so deeply that the grip left a bruise.
If it got jammed in that deeply, how did it have time to heal, assuming that he got stabbed at, let's say, noon at the absolute latest? Bled out. And died at, like, confirmed death at 3. So in 3 hours, this timetable's not adding up to me. They're all vampires. Okay. No, I feel like if somebody stabbed me with the screwdriver all the way down to the hilt, I use the word hilt of the screwdriver, I don't think my skin would, I don't think it would be a bruise by the time people found me that same day. Granted, well, no, because they even had this big spiel about, like, once you die, your stuff stops healing. So, there's a lot of sus stuff going on. Pierce Dennis's lung, causing him to suffocate. Oh, signs of asphyxiation. Screwdriver wound.
Yes.
Let's go.
These do lead the way to a definite truth. Looking at the location of the bruise,
like you got me light out here.
The screwdriver must have pierced Dennis's lung.
Actually, I guess I'm more like L. L's the one that, like, figured out stuff. Light was the person that just caused stuff.
His lung would then rupture, causing pulmonary emphysema, and he would have suffocated. This explains the spots of hemorrhaging in the corpse's eyes.
Okay. True cause of death has been obtained.
What
Ooh, we're
actually
close.
happened that day is slowly coming to light now.
Okay. So, what else is there? What did the killer do with the corpse afterwards? He moved him to the bed, obviously.
Yes. These two can tell us how the murder happened.
Yeah, I should probably drink some water. I'm gonna go ahead and take a 2-minute break because I haven't really stopped since I started. Be right back. Alright. Also made the bold assumption that I could finish this case in about 20 minutes, so I'm heating my dinner as we speak.
On the day of the incident, the killer came to the victim's room and stabbed him in the torso.
I'll do 10 push-ups if you do 10. Kidding, I did 10. I'll go ahead and do 10. Why not? You're not going to be able to see it on camera, but whatever. Alright. That actually did wake me up. Thank you for making me do that. On the day of the incident, the killer came to the victim's room and stabbed him in the torso with a screwdriver.
The murder weapon was... Yes. The screwdriver pierced the victim's lung, causing pulmonary emphysema.
I know. That's the power of a 3070.
This caused respiratory problems due to lung failure. Thus, the cause of death was...
Dennis suffered... he died from asphyxiation because his lung was fixed.
After this, the killer moved the victim to the bed. This is most likely because...
Make it look like suicide. Go. We got some solid evidence. Yeah, I had to freaking camp out in front of a store for about 2 hours. If I wanted to get the 3080, which was like the one I really wanted, I would have had to get there about, I don't know, probably 10 hours earlier than I did.
Indeed. The murderer then arranged the corpse to make the death appear to be a suicide. That is what I believe took place, according to the evidence we have gathered.
I think pretty close. Van, well, I'm guessing it broke the finger, if I'm being honest. No? Killer intentionally started a fire using the heat released when the calcium hydroxide reacts to water. How did he pull it off?
The fire began near the fallen table.
Yes, the Best Buy adventure. I've had it for about a month, maybe a little bit more now. So, truth be told, I don't need anything stronger than the 3070 Ti because, like, everything runs perfectly fine. I still do want a 3080 though, so I think what I'm going to do is try to sell the 3070 Ti at MSRP once the 3080s become a little bit more available. Or, you know, by the time they're available, there's going to be a 4080, maybe even a 5080, so we'll see. All I can say is F-scalpers, I will never become one of them. I will sell at MSRP or below if I ever do sell a card. Not stand that.
Calcium hydroxide was found in the substance on the floor there. Calcium hydroxide is formed through the reaction of quicklime and water.
Okay, quicklime and water.
That reaction creates something else as well.
The residue? Bulk heat. That was obvious.
Yes. Quicklime releases 65 kilojoules of energy per mole when it reacts with water.
Kilojoules?
This was the method used to start the fire in this room.
Best type of joules for a murderer, if you ask me.
First, you would place a glass of water on the table. You would also put quicklime around the floor and on the table near the glass. When the table falls over, the hydration heat caused by the reaction would cause a fire. But why would the killer go through such a complicated plan to start a fire?
You're gonna have to remind me when you're back in town, man. It's been a while since we talked about it. I know it got pushed back once. Why would the killer go through such complicated plans? Yeah, well, obviously to delay it.
That's right. If all he wanted was a fire, he could have just set something on fire.
But why did he need the fire in the first place?
The killer needed to have a delay until the fire began. That's why he devised a plan that made use of two components.
Ceiling fan and the rope.
Yes. This trick relied on the ceiling fan and a rope.
I was going, oh, that's right, it's TBD.
The killer wrapped one end of the rope around the fan and tied the other to a table leg. When the fan activated according to its timer, the fan wound the rope up, flipping the table over and spilling the water onto the quicklime. However, there's still one basic question left to be asked.
Why?
Why did the killer have to set the room on fire in the first place? Why go through this extravagant setup to make it happen? The reason for that is...
Well, he needed time. He didn't destroy the body. He didn't burn down the building. He didn't want to be caught. Why did he need the body to be found, though? People would have eventually found it anyway.
Due to the fact that there was nothing flammable added to the body itself, the culprit never intended for the corpse and the evidence to be destroyed in the fire. Instead, the killer wanted to cause a commotion that would draw attention to the corpse. Now then, why would that be?
Why would that be? I guess it's gotta be an, alibi.
That's right. By delaying the start of the fire, the plan was to have enough time to create a viable alibi for when the fire began. It's easy. I mean, with this method of misdirection, the culprit could start a fire hours after having left the crime scene entirely.
Regardless, the culprit had to go to the crime scene. So, like...
This is the entire truth behind this mysterious arson.
I don't have any more clues to... There's something that doesn't quite fit, considering the victim's cause of death. I should check the personal effect. Okay. We're getting really close. Really close. Oh, there should be... say a mark on his shirt. Potentially. Hit the personal effects. Maybe I'm on the wrong one. Everything on the body's been found, so it has to be on here. But what could it be? I'm thinking for sure it would be right here, like... Oh, there's no screwdriver wound. Died. Look around there. So that's where I was looking. Like,
this is odd.
Okay, well, I guess I wasn't close enough.
If the puncture wound in the abdomen is the true cause of death, right, there should be blood stains.
It's in a Jack Frost pass. That's how you know this game is Atlas. It's a Persona. There we go. Which we already know is inconsistent because his friend said he was wearing a, like, Phillies jersey or something like that. I can't remember what team. If it was even a real team or a fake team. Either way. Go back to the computer.
Yes, these pieces of information can tell us something. According to Mr. Taylor's friend, on the day of the incident, Dennis had been wearing...
red t-shirt.
That's right.
Yep.
He was supposedly wearing a red Portland Jacks t-shirt that day. But when his body was discovered, it was wearing...
white t-shirt. I guess it's... Ooh. Bro, would you consider it a white shirt or a white... I'm thinking white shirt, right? Like, I honestly don't really know the difference between a shirt and a t-shirt. I just call them all shirts. I would say like a white button-up if I was being... It is not a t-shirt. Okay.
Yes. His corpse was found wearing a white shirt. In other words, his clothing had changed. And yet, if that was all we knew,
I don't do clothes, what can I say?
Out if the deceased had changed his shirt himself.
Because I would have called that a white polo or a white button-up. I wouldn't have called it a white shirt. I kind of use that and t-shirt interchangeably. Whatever. Well, we know we couldn't rule out the deceased did not change the shirt himself.
However, if he had, there would still be a discrepancy.
The white shirt, corpse wore does no indication of the stab wound.
Yes, the corpse had a wound that wasn't reflected by the state of the clothing it was wearing.
Dress shirt equals... Okay, cool, cool.
There's only one answer to this puzzle, and that is...
Yeah. Killer changed Dennis.
Indeed. Whoever had killed Mr. Taylor replaced the shirt he was wearing after killing him. The reason for doing that was...
Something evidence. Yeah, it was to make it look like a suicide because that way the bloodstain wouldn't have appeared on his, I guess, right abdomen or whatever. And then you just had the slit wrist. So, there we go. Why are we getting advice from... Yeah, anime Taylor Swift, like...
Exactly. It was probably to hide the stab wound and make us believe the cut wrist was the cause of death. The killer staged the suicide in order to mislead us.
I'm gonna shake up my fries just for a split second. I will be right back. Don't get freaked out by my camera. I mean, beautiful corpse is an awesome answer, but not the most. I didn't even. Sometimes I go through them so fast where, like, sometimes they just put some real dumb joke ones in there, which I appreciate, but.
I see. These two are related.
Still haven't answered that broken finger thing.
There are no vital reactions to the broken finger. That means the damage occurred after death.
So the broken finger did occur after death, but we used a lot of reasoning to, I want to express my critique real quick. Because we said he couldn't split his wrist because he couldn't have done it because his finger was broken. But that doesn't make sense. If his finger got broken after death, it doesn't really matter. Not that, like, we already know that it's not a, you know, suicide or whatever. But our logic earlier in the case, flawed.
Considering that the killer must have changed the victim's clothing after death.
Yes, the cam is tracking me. It's part of the machine learning software that's tracking me, you know, 24/7 anyway. So if I go like this, or I go like this, oh my gosh, it didn't actually do it. Okay, it did it a little bit right there. Considering that the killer must have changed the victim's clothing after death, killer really hated. Killer liked Dennis's fashion. Well, he wouldn't have changed the shirt if that was the case. It was broken while changing. Finger was broken after death. Clothing was changed. We'll go with that. Google, tell me what to eat for dinner.
That's right. The killer broke the corpse's finger while changing the shirt on the body.
Dr. Kimishima, how's the investigation going?
We're about to wrap it up. We're about to have our big brain moment, so.
I've almost uncovered the deception, but the truth hasn't completely been revealed.
I see. So we can't arrest the culprit yet?
That's right. I need conclusive evidence that can help us identify the killer.
The most reliable giveaway would be if we could find a fingerprint at the crime scene. However, only the victim's fingerprints were found when HQ searched the room.
I'm not surprised, considering the lengths the killer's gone to hide his tracks. The murderer was probably wearing gloves while the crime was being committed.
You know who wears gloves? Electricians. You know one of the people in the room before the guy died? An electrician.
Isn't there anything the killer might have touched?
A wire or two?
Something that would require him to take his gloves off? It's hard to think of anything.
Well, the best evidence would be on a hard, slick, inorganic substance. It doesn't matter what size it is.
All we can investigate are the crime scene, the corpse, and what the corpse was wearing. Could there be anything among those items that the killer touched with a bare hand? I'll have to investigate further. Thank you, little guy.
We'll know for certain if I can find a fingerprint, but where can I find something hard and smooth on the corpse or on the personal effect? Something like that. In case I should look. We're getting so close. I'm also so hungry. The fact that you have a guess and I don't. Hard, slick, inorganic. There's something like that here. What? Like. I'm really not thinking about this. Because of my military service. Hard, slick.
The killer put this shirt on the victim's corpse after the murder took place.
Okay. Put this shirt on the victim's corpse after the murder took place.
That would mean that the killer would have had to button the shirt up as well.
Oh, I guess that would be kind of hard. With gloves. I see. Yeah, man, that's a really minute detail for a video game crime. Like normally, I play a lot of Phoenix Wright and stuff, and they would simplify that in a way where like a person who doesn't know about buttoning up shirts could figure it out. But
buttoning up a shirt with gloves on is no easy task.
Huh.
If my predictions are correct,
that's really cool that you were able to figure it out, though. Guess we're good here. What? No! Oh, man. Stops. I will fix that. I will fix that. I saw that option the other day, and I was like, oh, no, that's not ever gonna, you know, be an issue. Oh, my gosh. That's so embarrassing. I can undelete at least a couple of these. Fingerprint smudges on my dress uniform is how I knew. That is so cool. I thought I had the caps limit at like 80 characters at least, which that might be 80 characters. I don't know. I can't count just by eyeballing it. Nonetheless, that's ridiculous.
Buttons on the victim's clothes, huh? I'll look into them right away. One moment, please.
Hopefully this will help us find the identity of our mystery murderer.
Dr. Kimishima, it was there. I found there's a fingerprint from someone who isn't the victim. It's, right thumb.
Right thumb, you say?
Great. Run the print through the list of registered offenders immediately.
Leave it to me. Such an attention to detail has gone into this. It can't possibly be a first-time offender.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There has to be a match for this fingerprint in our records.
I sincerely hope so. This case should be over soon.
So we get dressed, then we have to wipe down our buttons after. Man, that's such a detailed thing. Like, who sees smudges on buttons? Like, that's such a next level. Like, I can't even process the amount of attention to detail that, like, requires. Jeez. That's insane. Evidence of the killer has become killer's fingerprint. Snap. Our magic phone is ready. The one that can tell us the last words of a victim. Now we get our Ace Attorney moment.
The dead shall speak. Let's put together the truth of what happened here.
Imagine if somebody said that over your corpse.
The victim in this case is 30-year-old Dennis Taylor. As there's no motive for murder, it's a suspected suicide. However, the victim had a hidden other side. This card is the one with proof of that.
I've got to check my fries one more time. I'm sorry. Calm down, anime Taylor Swift. We get looked at closely. My belt buckle is currently unserviceable because of unserviceable. I wonder how they'd feel about my belts, my two belts that I've had for almost a decade at this point. Actually, probably over a decade at this point, now that I really think about it. Oh, snap. Some part of the card stuff right here. The side of the victim that had been hidden because he was a drug dealer. We know. The Pusher. Dennis the Pusher.
Yes. While he did work at the bar, he also dealt drugs. This case is related to the victim's drug activities. The proof of that is on this card.
Missing drugs.
Indeed. The drugs hidden behind the shelf were missing. The killer went into Taylor's room to kill him for his drugs. The real cause of the victim's death can tell us that.
You know, it's funny because
I know
we've been
that
talking
because of
about
this card.
anime Taylor Swift, but then the victim's name is Taylor. It is a screwdriver.
Right. The wound on the wrist was not the true cause.
This music is banging right now.
Next, the killer disguised the murder as a suicide. This card proves the misdirection used to hide the murder.
The fire.
What could I do with that?
Oh. I guess it's the... Yeah, sure. Well, no, that's a fingerprint. That's... appearance of suicide. Okay, fair. Fair.
Yes. The appearance of suicide covered up the real cause. The next topic is the secret hidden in the room itself. The murderer used a trick to create a locked room mystery. It was made to seem as if the victim was the only one there. This card shows the trick that had been used.
The old loose screw tricks, whatever. Let's do it.
Exactly. The killer thought this would clear his trail.
Oh, wrong.
And yet, the culprit had one more way to hide from suspicion. That was to hide when the murder itself took place. This card shows how he went about that ruse.
The killer tried to make it appear that the death occurred at a different time by fire.
The murder took place 3 hours prior to the fire's start. It's natural to assume that if the room was locked, then the crime and the fire would be at the same time. The plan was perfect. No fingerprints were left in the room. However, there was one thing the killer hadn't counted on. There was one task he needed to remove his gloves to do. This card is evidence of that task.
Bending up the shirt. Although I'm still kind of confused about the fire, because, like, the dude was dead. If you lock the door, people would, you know, he would have probably been found later than 3 hours, but I guess if he really wanted to make a specific timeline, fire makes sense.
He probably couldn't button the clothes with his gloves on. No matter how small the buttons, they were still prints. Even a fragment of a fingerprint can be used to identify him. The victim must have been surprised. After all, he thought the killer was a customer. This is what he said at the very end.
Stop! You! No!
Stop! You! No!
I wasn't that far off.
The final flickers of this soul's light show me the truth. Who's there?
I'm sorry. I must have surprised you.
Hey, it's me, the murderer.
You're that electrician. Why are you here?
Oh, I was called up because a switchboard blew. I need to have it fixed by tomorrow.
I see. That sounds difficult.
Thing is, you'll be behind bars by then. Oh! Oh! You didn't see that? I pointed my Wii remote at his kneecap.
Freeze. Don't move. I see corpses all day. One more won't bother me.
Oh, god dang, Anime Taylor Swift. Woo!
I see corpses all day. One more won't bother me.
Oh, god dang, Anime Taylor Swift. Woo! Alright. We had to put a replay on that fire. Sorry. Oh. Oh, my soul. Yes.
No.
She absolutely destroyed that man's soul, to answer your question. Yes, she did.
Are you hurt? I'm sorry. I should have stayed.
I've solved the case. I'll give you my report tomorrow.
The report can wait. Naomi, you must think of your safety.
Nobody lives forever. Even if I died today, it'd just be earlier than I expected.
Also, if that guy shot me, what's his endgame there? Like, oh, I just happened to be at 2 murder scenes at, you know, the same day. That's a Taylor song lyric. Okay. So we finished everything on row 2. Right? Yeah. So we're gonna call it here. It says Anime Vampire T-Swiss. We're gonna call it here. That one, her cases take forever. Everybody else is like, oh yeah, like maybe 5-10 minutes. And the one doctor dude, his is like maybe 30-45 minutes. Hers was like an hour and a half. That was a long time. But anyway, I really enjoyed playing Trauma Center, or Trauma Team, sorry. And we will be doing more of this in the near future along with some other games. So stay posted. I'll probably be back, if not tomorrow night, definitely Sunday night. We'll see. Thank you, PBJ, for showing up and chilling for a while. Thank you, Trunks, for showing up earlier and chilling. Thank you, Naked German, as always. And hope you find some good food. And enjoy your laundry as well. Enjoy your laundry. What am I saying? I hope you get the laundry done. I did a lot earlier today, so I feel you on that aspect. Anyway, before we call it, I'm gonna find somebody to raid, so if you guys want, feel free to leave a raid message to, let's see who's on my list. It's still streaming. We have got, you know, we're gonna do a fun one today. What you guys know about Hamtaro? What you guys know about Hamtaro? We're about to find out. Flash. Let me see if I can spell this person's name. Anyway, just let them know you came from Cloudstream, and you guys have a good evening.